Hello and welcome to the Sportsballers podcast, a very special edition of the Sportsballers podcast. We are covering the NFL draft tonight, so welcome in. I missed a signal from Cory because his screen froze. So, yeah.
Yes, it
I'm
did.
pretty sure I said
That's what
something
happened.
too, but
I didn't hear
No,
that
we
either.
couldn't hear
No,
anything either.
No, I'm
great.
waiting for a signal and you're stuck.
Everything was
So-
fine through testing, and of course, once it actually counts, suddenly everything goes crazy. But
But
We
we're
are
good
here.
now, so let's
we are here.
Yeah, we've had no shortage of technical issues for the past few weeks. If you've been following us closely, we did a live stream of our podcast a couple weeks ago. It did not go well at all. So we hope to have worked out all the bugs of podcasting, and we'll see what happens. So, are you guys as excited as I am for this NFL draft? Because it's just been 5 weeks of nothing. Like I watched spring training baseball, and we don't even have that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I'm excited to be here talking to you guys. Obviously, we're doing this remote as we have for the past few weeks, as everything with the coronavirus is going on in our country. But I'm excited to be able to talk to you guys for the next 3.5 or more hours and find out who some of these teams are taking. I mean, I'd like to think I know who the Redskins are taking. They better take who I think they're going to take. But I'm curious about a lot of other players.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Redskins might throw a curveball in it, but they might not. Like, it depends on, I guess, whatever Ron Rivera and whoever else is in charge decides. But I wouldn't count it as a 100% lock that they pick Chase Young. But we'll see what happens.
Yes, we will see what happens. There's
Whoever
currently a whole bunch of
else is in
interim
charge
type of
decides.
stuff going on. We haven't seen Roger Goodell yet from his basement, apparently. So that's exciting. We're not just gonna. So tonight we're not just gonna sit and talk, draft the whole time because looking at it objectively, the draft isn't the most exciting sporting event. Like there's nobody's getting tackled tonight, as far as I know, for example. So we've got some other stuff we have planned. So the first thing I want to go through is we have prepared a bingo board. So as things happen, can we get that in there? Not really.
That's pretty blurry.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yeah,
blurry.
it's blurry. All right. Well, I tweeted a picture of it out a few minutes ago on our Twitter and on my Twitter. So we will be marking things off of the bingo board. Things like a team has a technical issue and Ravens trade back out of the first round, which would be nice and frustrating to stay up super late and watch the Ravens not pick. Not that that's happened recently or before. My computer crashing, for example, is on here. A team trades up 10 or more spots. So, we'll be monitoring that closely. So hopefully we get started soon. Let me go through all the places where you can contact us. So first of all, we have a new Twitter account run by all three of us. It is at Sportsballers18. So check that out. We've been steadily gaining followers. I think we have like 20 or so.
Yeah, we only started it like 2 days ago, so it's
Yeah,
still
the
early.
first 2 followers were me. So, there's that. You can follow each of us individually on Twitter. Cory at Cory Puffin, Eric at Quagmire6791, and me at Evan_Ash13. You can also send us an email, thesportsballers@gmail.com. So if you want to reach out to us, if you have any questions, concerns, or snide remarks you want to send in, don't hesitate to let us know.
And throughout this evening, you can interact with us on Twitter, obviously at our individual Twitter accounts or at our podcast Twitter account. You can comment on our stream. Let us know what's going on too. it's hard to really monitor exactly what's going on the stream side. I know that things are not necessarily going to be perfect. Things may occasionally get dropped. I think right now we're dropping about 2.3% of frames, which isn't awful, but it's also not ideal. We hadn't been dropping any frames through our many tests. But let us know if the audio becomes desynced, because I can always go and try and resync it if I need to. This is gonna be a long show, and we haven't tested this over a 3.5 hour period. We've done it in I think the longest segment we've done for testing was like 5 or 6 minutes, maybe 7. So we don't know if things tend to get a little bit out of whack as we get further into a stream, and if they do, I can try and make changes on the fly. So Roger Goodell just got done giving an address to all of us, welcoming us to the draft, and I muted part of it, but caught enough just to know. I mean, they're obviously not downplaying the fact that this is unprecedented. This is something that's completely different for the NFL to be drafting remotely. Everybody's at their own homes, calling in through Skype or conference calls or what have you. And not to worry, Pat Golden. I think that we are going to still get some booing somehow. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work.
I just think the internet is undefeated. There's going to be booing.
I mean, they ran all those Bud Light commercials, saying, we got to get the booing. So hopefully it happens. But yeah, comment at us, interact with us. The three of us can certainly shoot the breeze just fine. But
yes.
It helps to have other people around who interact. Gives us a little something extra that we can talk about.
Yes, because for example, our friend Andrew, who says he's going to listen and pay attention to our podcast, has invited us to play Call of Duty. So he's clearly not paying attention. So somebody reach out to him and say he's got his TV turned on the wrong input. Like, really?
So Evan mentioned early on in the show, a couple weeks ago, we tried a video podcast on our Facebook page, and it did not go well at all. Evan kind of came with the idea that we should do a live stream during the draft this year, about 2.5 weeks ago, and thinking it would be a good idea to do a test run before we did the real thing, which is tonight. I found a website that everybody could call into, and it would stream everything. And we tried it, and it worked decently for what it was. The problem was my audio went out about 2 minutes in, so I'm sure nobody was too upset about that. But then Eric and Evan's audio was horribly unsynced from their video, which maybe some people can deal with that. That makes it about unwatchable to me. I was watching NFL Network this morning, Good Morning Football, and most people probably wouldn't notice, but I noticed just a little bit of desync between Nate Burleson's video and his audio. You really had to be looking for it, but this is the kind of thing I look for as a video broadcast teacher. So I noticed it right off the bat. Hopefully ours is at least as close as his was, if not closer. You really had to be looking for it, but this is the kind of thing I look for as a we're really excited. Teacher. Sorry, I think we're getting some extra audio in there to the stream, but that's taken care of. Extra audio. But anyway, I pulled up the video on Facebook so I can monitor it, and it just came up unmuted. Anyway.
Oh. Okay.
After that unmitigated disaster, the last 2 weeks we've spent researching new software. I found Open Broadcaster software. It's an open sourced software.
That's a strong we.
Which is
like
basically I mean, I really could not have done this without Evan and Eric making themselves so available to do a lot of testing, though. That
Well,
was
where
huge
else are we
help.
going to go,
There's,
Cory?
there's so much stuff going on, Cory. You're just so busy ripping and running. Just
Have
watching the first place Orioles every single night. It's just unbelievable.
It's been a delightful 5 weeks.
I think I need to take a quick look in OBS actually at Evan's video because it's moved a little bit. He's still in the frame. You're still in the frame, Evan. Nobody's missing you. It's just a little bit off center right now. So I'm going to fix that real quick.
Hey, Cory, they're plugging Head and Shoulders pomade on TV. Does that suit your fancy?
I don't use pomade anymore.
Anymore.
I try. That was like one of the things I used early on when I first started like actually styling my hair and letting it grow.
I've got a jar of pomade.
Let's see here. I want to.
Well, I'm not exactly a hair guy, so I have no idea what pomade is.
It's hair gel.
So Evan's video is now horrible right now, but give me 1 second.
Evan's video is now horrible.
We are almost there. Working out the bugs.
It's a good thing the draft hasn't actually started yet.
What are they doing? There's been nothing but commercials. Oh my goodness.
I like how it actually like it updates live as I'm doing that, which is interesting. So I just like actually saw myself moving it in the in the stream.
Okay. So is it working now? Do I need to?
No, it's good now. But as everybody can see, we got the Skype logos in our video. So OBS actually allows us to pull video directly from Skype using NDI technology. And then we had an audio issue. I got on here at like 7:15, actually earlier than 7:15 to test. I'm glad I did because I could not get Eric and Evan's audio to go into OBS. Turned out all I needed to do was turn off my computer and turn it back on. So never laugh at anybody who tells you reset button. I don't know why, but it works.
One of the last days I was at work, I had an issue with my laptop docking station, and I just walked over to the IT people who were super busy and couldn't help me right away. I walked back to my desk, and it's working fine. Nothing changed. So, sometimes you just get up, walk around a little bit, come back, and it works great.
So,
yeah. Let's see. Cory, you interviewed a bunch of DeMatha graduates who are prospects in the draft.
I did.
What were your major takeaways from that? What was that like?
It was so cool just to have the opportunity to talk to some of these guys. It really started with the idea of trying to do an interview with Chase Young, who graduated from DeMatha in 2017. He was a senior my first year back as a teacher. We were supposed to be able to get something going and interview him. But I mean, his schedule is so busy right now. I mean, you've seen him on all these different shows. He's been on First Take. He was on the Dan Patrick show. I actually watched that clip a little bit earlier. He's almost certainly going to be the second pick in the draft. If he happens to see this and he would like to do an interview after the draft, we would love to have you, Chase.
If he happens to see this.
But we know that this is a really busy time for you, and we're all very happy for you and very excited for you going to the NFL at DeMatha. But we have 4 other DeMatha alums who have declared for this year's draft. So we reached out to them as well with the help of Bill McGregor, our old and now current as well head coach at DeMatha.
Oh, right.
And we were able to get a hold of Tino Ellis, who is a cornerback for the University of Maryland. Anthony McFarland, running back for the University of Maryland. Not this past fall, but the fall before, it was his redshirt freshman year. And he set a Maryland record with over 1,000 rushing yards for the Terps. So that was pretty cool. And then we also got a hold of a couple of defensive ends from DeMatha, DeAndre Kelly from Temple and Deontay Holden from NC State. And it was really cool talking to those guys. You know, if you follow DeMatha at all and you know who Anthony McFarland is, there's a good chance that you saw an article this past week from an unnamed GM, an anonymous GM in the NFL, who basically said that his attitude was childish, that their meeting was awful, and talking to him in the interview, I cannot stress enough how inaccurate that was. You know, Anthony is a very personable kid. And you know, anybody would be very lucky to have him. I interacted with him a little bit because his senior year was also 2017, which was my first year back, and he was on the track team briefly in the winter season, and then he was also in our spring play his senior year, and he was fantastic in that. So you know, I'm excited for him. He's a guy who should go. I could see him going as late as the 5th round only because he's a running back. Running back is a pretty replaceable position, and he didn't have a lot of experience in college. You know, he played 2 seasons, and his second of those seasons was, you know, he dealt with some injuries on and off throughout the year. So I could see him going that late, but if anybody passes on him through the 5th round, people are losing out big time on a very talented, very quick guy. He was on our a 4x1 relay team at DeMatha his freshman year that won at Penn Relays.
Oh.
His freshman year. So this guy has a lot of speed. You don't want to pass that up for that long.
Yeah, as a guy that, you know, as a Maryland fan, a Maryland alum that watches Maryland football more than I should for my own health, I did have the opportunity to watch Anthony play at Maryland, and he was explosive to say the least. He was the guy in the offense that made you think that Maryland could possibly beat a team like Ohio State. In fact, they were a 2-point conversion away a couple of years ago, and Anthony McFarland was a big part of the reason why he was just unstoppable, even going up against a team that was so much more talented as a whole than Maryland was that year. And yet he was an X factor. So I don't doubt that he'll have the ability to contribute to a team at the NFL level.
So,
in addition to Anthony, I talked to Tino Ellis for a while, and his interview was really good. You know, he's a guy who's got pretty good size at the cornerback position. He's 6'1". This past season he got injured, an upper body injury after 6 games, so we didn't get to see him for his entire season. But in 2018. Maryland, of course, opened the season with a huge win against Texas, who was nationally ranked at the time. And he had like 4 or 5 pass deflections in that game. He had a huge game. I think he had a tackle for a loss, too.
I think I was at that game.
You were.
Is that the Austin one or the FedEx Field one?
I was at the one in Austin. That was
I believe that was the same one in 2018. So 3 weeks later, 3 weeks later, week 4 of the season, they played... I want to say it was Boston College. I might be wrong on that, but whoever it was, he had another big game with 4 or 5 pass deflections. And after that, his stats like went away. If you look at his stats from after that game, he doesn't have very many pass deflections. But the thing is, when you look at the cornerback position, you have to look at, okay, how many passes are going to his side of the field? He was locking guys down. This is a man cornerback who can lock a guy down, a la Richard Sherman. I'm not going to necessarily put him on that level because Richard Sherman is a GOAT, and you know the jury's out on Tino Ellis, but he's of that same ilk. Could he play zone? Maybe, but he's got the size, and he stays so close to the receiver. Obviously, it's different at the NFL level than at the college level. Players are faster, but if you're right there at the college level to knock passes away, at the very least, you're going to be close enough that you're going to make the tackle at the NFL level. So I'm excited to see what happens to him. If he doesn't get drafted, he should definitely be an undrafted free agent guy who's gonna be on a team come training camp. DeAndre Kelly and Deontay Holden, the jury really is out on them. DeAndre Kelly didn't really get a whole lot of playing time at the college level until really his senior year, and he played well with the time that he was given at Temple. Are NFL scouts going to look at that as enough for him to be able to be draftable? I don't know. But he's another guy that I could see making a roster as an undrafted free agent, at least given a chance to in training camp when they've got 90 or 100 players on the roster. And then Deontay Holden, he was a sixth-year player at NC State this past year. His best year was the year before. He had his redshirt freshman year, and then he took a medical redshirt. But he played more than 400 snaps what became his junior year, played really well with the time that he was given. This past year didn't do as much, but he got an invite to the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl. Impressed enough scouts there to for it to be worth it to declare for the NFL draft. So Deontay Holden is a guy that, again, just based on the stats, you're going to look at him as not necessarily a guy you would expect to make it in the NFL. But he's got a good skill set, and more importantly, he is a great dude. If he does get a shot in the NFL, and I really hope that he does, he's the guy who's going to use that platform for a lot of good. I could see him as a guy who is a finalist for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award somewhere down the line if he makes it in the NFL. That's how highly I think of his character after spending 20 minutes talking to him the other day.
Okay. That's good stuff. We have to already update the bingo board. So they did show some fans booing. I had my TV sort of turned way down, but I did see a lot of boo!
Yeah, it was Roger Goodell specifically called upon those people to keep it authentic by booing him. So chalk that one up almost immediately. We got fans booing at the draft before the draft even really starts. The Bengals are on the clock right now.
Which I don't. Why are they still on the clock?
I don't know. I mean, it's so obvious they're drafting Burrow. I mean, Joe Burrow he was sitting there with an Ohio shirt on, with his area code on it. Clearly, he's not going to sit there and wear that on draft day and then say, I'm not going to play for the Bengals. He's going to the Bengals.
I'm a little bit behind on looking at our Facebook comments, but Stephen April wants us to grade Trey Wingo's suit. I'm a fan of the pinstripes. Not everybody can pull it off. I don't know if it would look good on me, but honestly, on Trey Wingo, I think he pulls it off just fine. I give him a B+, A-.
I'll give
As an Orioles fan who hates the Yankees, no pinstripes for me. That'll be an F-.
Pinstripes are tough to pull off.
Don't make me get my Aaron Judge jersey.
That would be an F-.
I was only moderately paying attention to what he was wearing. I'll have to get another glimpse at him when they cut away from Joe Burrow's Heisman speech and inevitable pick. I'll get you my grade shortly.
But another F-
was on a minute ago, but I missed what he was saying.
Oh,
I'm sure it was something memeable. If not, we'll definitely get something at some point tonight and cross that off of Evan's bingo board.
That didn't make it on the bingo board.
Oh, you
took
it off?
Subjective, yes.
Yeah, because you poo-pooed it.
Yeah. I took off all the stuff that was subjective.
I poo-pooed it because I wasn't sure if we were going to be able to hear the TVs. We have to mute our TVs to make sure that that the audio doesn't come through here. But Evan and I have come up with a setup where we can still hear the TV without it going into the stream. Unfortunately, Eric is stuck watching on mute with the subtitles.
With closed captioning, yeah. It's
you have to read the draft.
Yeah, which, but generally I can figure out what's going on based on, what you guys say and,
Oh.
There's a lot of graphics on the screen anyway. Yeah, pick has been in for a couple minutes, but here we go. He's reading the pick.
Oh.
And who is it?
Well, no spoilers because I think I'm behind you.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Oh, how did they pick him? I would never have guessed that they would have picked Joe Burrow.
Spoilers, but
Sorry, Evan.
Well, there you go. Our first pick is Joe Burrow, LSU quarterback. No surprise there. Um, this will give me a chance to test out our special graphic that Eric and Evan had no idea existed until today. Um, Let
Mm-hmm.
me see if I can pull this up properly. I'm hoping that I can. It's going to take me just a second, though, because uh, OBS. I mean, I'm on my Mac. I'm on my MacBook Pro. It's not necessarily the best thing.
Oh,
But it should work just fine. Let's see if this works.
okay. I
Oh, yeah. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and push this. Um,
is my computer crashing, so I I don't want to.
we hope that doesn't happen. As long as
Yeah.
my computer doesn't crash, though, we're okay because if you rejoin on Skype, it'll just pull you right back into OBS. That's one of the
Okay.
nice
Yeah.
things about this software is that if something happens to you or Eric and you have to leave and come back, you'll go right back in. If I go down, the whole operation is screwed.
Yeah, so we got to protect Cory at all costs here. We'll be the fall guys. So the Redskins are on the clock,
For
and
some
like
reason.
I mentioned earlier that the Redskins might do something crazy and trade this pick, but they would need somebody to take the pick, and I don't know who that would be.
If the Redskins were to trade
That
out
would
of
be
this,
any team.
the Redskins would need like an absolutely ridiculous amount of draft capital to trade out of this because A, they're really big on Chase Young, and B, like anybody who might come up to take him is most likely somebody who is outside of where the Redskins' top players are. Teams are going to have a list of maybe 5 to 10, let's call them blue chip players. I think that's what. Oh, we lost sound briefly, I think. Oh, I know why we lost sound. I was on
Uh-huh.
the new graphic, and I had not pulled in the audio for it. So I'm gonna.
There's audio for a graph.
Well, I have to pull our audio into
All right,
the
well, the
scene.
Redskins have made a pick, so it's safe to say they're not trading it
Nope.
because the pick is in, and I think we can assume they're going to pick Chase Young. But so the only reason they would consider trading it to me is if someone like the Dolphins or a quarterback needy team wanted to trade up to grab either Tua or Justin Herbert. But
You could just trade up to 3 at that point.
that's true. But at the same time, the Lions might move their pick as well. But if Chase Young was still on the board, the Lions would probably go ahead and just pick him.
Well, yeah. I mean, Chase Young's the type of player he helps every team. Like,
Yeah.
You want a pass rusher like him. Like he's gonna destroy opposing offensive linemen. Like he's not the guy you want to be lined up against, even if you're a seasoned offensive lineman. So he's gonna get after it. I think he's a great player, and hope I hope he does well with Washington, provided they actually pick him.
Do we have anything on the bingo card relating awful comparisons or stupid comparisons? Because they just compared Joe Burrow to Tom Brady on the screen, which doesn't make any sense to me because Tom Brady is slow.
Yeah,
For one
Joe
thing.
Burrow
I'm
had
sure
a
that
Tom
I'm
Brady
sure they
like
were comparing a specific aspect of his game to Tom Brady, but
It was his pocket presence. They were showing him him moving around in the pocket. Then they got into his mobility a little bit. Now they're comparing him to Ryan Tannehill. I mean, they're all over the place with this.
speaking of Tom Brady, though, how wild would it be if the Patriots were to take a quarterback in the first round when Brady, who they waited until pick number 199 to draft, left for Tampa Bay? Like replacing your guy who is an all-time great, maybe the best, probably the best quarterback in NFL history, and replace him with a guy picked, anywhere up to 190 picks earlier than Brady was when he was drafted.
I mean, I don't think that would be that wild considering the quarterbacks they have. They have Jared Stidham, who can't play, and they have Brian Hoyer, who can't play. Yeah. So, you can have those two guys or get somebody else.
The only crazy part about it is the fact that Tom Brady became Tom Brady despite being the 199th pick. But we've talked about that since like 2001. So that's not really, not really a shock to anybody that the Patriots would go with a first-round pick maybe tonight to replace Tom Brady because they don't have anybody waiting in the wings. Although it is interesting because Bill Belichick has never had to use a first-round pick on a quarterback because when he came to New England, they already had Drew Bledsoe, and they gave him a gajillion dollars, and then they got Tom Brady as like a comp pick in the 6th round, and he ended up being the GOAT. So it's like the earliest quarterback they drafted was Jimmy Garoppolo in the 2nd round. So, I mean, I don't think that this is definitely uncharted territory for them. They're definitely in a rebuild mode, but they've got a lot of picks as always. So,
I'm sure they can bring back Ryan Mallett.
Oh yeah, I don't know where he is, but being on the football field is not the right place for him because he could not play.
I mean, he helped the Ravens beat the Steelers in 2015, one of our 5 wins that season.
So Chase Young is on the screen right now, and we all are expecting that he's the guy the Redskins are going to pick. It'd be foolish for them not to.
But the Redskins are known to do stuff that's atypical, right?
Stephen April is asking if Dwayne Haskins is the next Josh Rosen. I'll let you guys answer that first because I've got my own thoughts. And
I mean, I would say yes if the Redskins decided they were going to pick a quarterback here, but I would say no now because they're not replacing him right away.
Well, I guess that's where I might ask Stephen to explain his question. And like, are you saying is he the next Josh Rosen? As in the Redskins going to draft a quarterback like the Cardinals did and then send Dwayne Haskins down the road or just not play him? Or are you asking, is he as bad as Josh Rosen? Because if it's the latter of the two, I'm going to say emphatically no. He's way better than Josh Rosen already. And I still think, and I don't think that he's anywhere close to his ceiling. Pick is in for the Redskins.
I mean, for Josh Rosen, I still think,
in fact, Chase Young.
Oh, nice!
And
congratulations to him.
I guess it might be. So I pre-made the graphic, and it's already up on the screen, and our audio is good. I know
our audio is good.
I know last time our audio cut out when I switched to the graphic because I forgot to import our audio into that slide in OBS, but now we should be good. Got Joe Burrow and Chase Young off the board. One of the things that I really like about Chase Young in the Redskins system, I'm not going to talk so much about why the Redskins are smart to take Chase Young. I'm going to talk about why I think this is a great landing spot for Chase Young. He's an edge rusher. He's that defensive end guy who's going to a scheme that is switching back from a 3-4 to a 4-3, something that the Redskins have not run since Mike Shanahan took over as the head coach in Washington. He played in a 3-4 system in Ohio State, but it was kind of a hybrid 3-4 system where they bring an extra safety down into the front. Basically make it a front 8. So he was used to having kind of an extra guy who was bringing pressure to the quarterback. So him going to a team that's now switching to a 4-3, and right now on the screen you see some highlights of them running out of 4 down lineman sets. That's where a lot of his sacks came from at Ohio State. This is really a 3-4 with him running the edge as kind of that edge linebacker coming up close, almost a la a Bear 64 defense. But some of these are really that 4 down lineman set, and that's where a lot of his success came from, getting into the backfield, tackling running backs for loss, sacking the quarterback. I'm really excited to see him in Washington this year in that new defensive scheme.
Yeah, Ravens have to play at FedEx Field this coming season.
You said you wanted to get into a little Lamar Jackson. In the
Oh, right.
yeah,
Yes.
it's
So
like
they will play each other.
they got the Ravens fans Jimmy's little rustled there.
No.
So Detroit's next on the board, and I think we have on the bingo card that they're probably going to trade this pick.
I did put that on here.
And that's based on the
Rather
fact
than the Lions picks third.
the Lions need defensive help out the wazoo. They don't need a quarterback. They've got Matt Stafford. They need help at cornerback, and they need help, up front. But there really isn't, that like after Chase Young, that edge rusher prospect drop off is apparent, and so they would be better off acquiring more assets to suit their many needs on defense, especially given that there's going to be heavy, desire for people to draft quarterbacks at this part of the draft. So
Yes.
it makes total sense for them to potentially get out of this pick. I don't really know who they would go for. They might take a corner this early, but it feels like
Okudah from Ohio State.
Yeah, Okuda's an option, but it seems like, I feel like you could do better trading back, especially given the fact that one cornerback is not going to make or break them. They need help in
They need a
multiple
lot of
places.
things.
Yep.
The Lions, they're such a snake-bitten franchise. Like, not only are they bad, of their own doing, but it just seems like there's something, superhuman that's preventing them from being successful as well. Like, I don't know what it is about the Lions, but they're just bad all the time. We will not be crossing that off the card here. I guess they're going with Okudah.
I do have to correct myself. I did all this research to get ready to interview Chase like a week ago and totally spaced. He's been running a 4-3 defense at Ohio State. What they did was they bring an extra safety in sometimes, so it was almost like a 4-4 defense. That's what was going on. But again, even more reason why this is a good space for him to land, where he's going to be going to a team that is switching to the same scheme that Chase is used to running from his time in Ohio State.
I think Ron Rivera is a good coach too. I feel like Washington's in good hands, headed in the right direction. Oh dear.
Jeff Okudah goes to the Lions.
Alrighty. So now is when it's actually going to get interesting.
Yeah, it looks like there won't be a need for the quarterback, needy teams to trade up because the Giants have Daniel Jones. They're probably going to take Isaiah Simmons. So that leaves both the Dolphins and the Chargers with Justin Herbert and Tua on the board. So that could be your next three picks right there.
Yeah, Isaiah Simmons. He's one of the athletic freaks, right? Like he plays. They had him on the line sometimes. They had him at safety. They had him at corner. They had him at linebacker. He's just everywhere, and he can do everything. So, if you're a Giants fan, hopefully your coaching staff can find creative and effective ways to use him, because he could be a game wrecker. He's incredible. So he's certainly somebody you want on your team. And as a Ravens fan who loves defense, I would love to have a Chase Young or somebody, but that's not going to happen.
Yeah, you have to suck to get guys like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, remember when the Falcons traded up from like the 20s to draft
Who did
Julio
the Lions
Jones?
take? I totally missed it.
Jeff Okudah.
Jeff Okudah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they traded all those picks. I think it was to Cleveland to move up from the late part of the draft to like number 4, number 6, or something like that to draft Julio Jones. And I remember the Bills traded a ton of picks to move up to draft Sammy Watkins. In the same draft, they had Mike Evans and Brandon Cooks and Odell Beckham Jr. They traded up to draft decisively the worst of those 4, with the first wide receiver taken off the board. It was just an unmitigated disaster for them.
Oh my goodness! I mean, especially for Buffalo, where you're sort of starved for star power. They also drafted the quarterback out of Florida State in the first round, who was terrible. EJ Manuel.
Well, I got to watch EJ Manuel play live because the Saints were playing the Bills in the Superdome, and I think EJ Manuel started, or he might have gotten benched. At some point, he made his way into the game. Either way, I remember the first play of the game, the Saints forced a fumble. Drew Brees threw 5 touchdown passes, and the game was
5 touchdowns.
Yeah, it was quite awesome to see. That was the first time Andrew and I actually attended that game in the Superdome, and it was quite fun.
Okay, the Superdome. I mean, that seems like a sort of football bucket list type place to visit.
Absolutely, it's a great fun for both before, after, and during the game. All 3 of them are great. So, if you ever have a chance to make a trip down to Nolens to take in a Saints game, or just make a weekend of it to do whatever people do in New Orleans, which is
a lot of things.
Sometimes inappropriate for a PG-rated broadcast here.
Yes.
So I want to thank my dad who's tuning in and letting me know of any issues with the audio. So when I switched to a view that was just Evan briefly.
Oh, really?
And the audio all cut out, and I realized I had made the same mistake on the scenes that are Evan, me, and Eric. So I've now added the audio into those, and we should be good now for the rest of the draft.
Alrighty. So I was, you didn't even tell me to get ready for my close-up, Cory. Should have sat up and got
you were
my
going
collar
on.
right.
I figured it'd be a good
I
chance
was going on.
To switch it to you. Let you have your spotlight moment. So Steven says, or he wants to know if we think the Dolphins are going to draft Tua or Herbert.
I think Tua, and I think it's Tua and a no-brainer. Like Tua's a much better prospect than Herbert. Not saying Herbert's a bum or anything like that, but Tua's just better than him. I have actually seen Tua play in person. I was fortunate enough to get invited out to Tuscaloosa for a game back in October against Tennessee, and poor Tennessee, they kept it close for a while. Just put it that way. Tua got hurt that night, and we didn't really know what happened. Like, he just got tackled while he was scrambling, and then, the Alabama punted, and then their next offense possession, they say the other quarterback's in, and that was it. So that was one of his ankle injuries, but he's incredible. He's accurate, he's athletic, he has pocket presence. So he's arguably as good as or better than Burrow. But Tua's issue, I guess you could say issue, he's falling all the way to number 5 in the draft, is that he's just gotten so injured so often. He had the ankle injuries, so an injury to each ankle. He had the horrible hip injury, a broken hip or something awful. Then he had some wrist surgery. Like, it's just been not great injury-wise. So, if you're an owner or a general manager, you might be hesitant to guarantee $37 million to a guy who gets hurt so often in a very violent sport. Like, this isn't golf. It's not competitive chess or professional Mario Kart. This is the NFL. If somebody's gonna hit you hard.
Professional Mario Kart could be pretty dangerous when somebody rages after eating a red shell right before the finish line and throws their controller at somebody, though. So let's not discount the dangers of Mario Kart. But I agree with you that Tua's the better prospect, but it seems lately that the trend has been heading towards Justin Herbert being the second quarterback off the board. He's actually the betting odds favorite to be the next QB picked by sportsbooks, and that there's a lot of attention on sportsbooks right now because this is literally the only thing to bet on, and so people are giving this a lot of attention. As far as honestly just looking at the fit, though, Miami has more interest in making sure that this guy's a sure thing because they're rebuilding and they're trying to build their franchise around this guy, whereas the Chargers, who have the 6th pick, yes, they're trying to find a QB for the future as well, but they're more built to win now with the infrastructure they have in place, so they can take a little bit more risk on a potentially injury-prone quarterback prospect because if Tua performs, he could take them back to the postseason. Like, he's that good of a prospect, and they have that good of a talent base around them, especially with, Derwin James coming back from injury. We've talked at length about their receivers and Hunter Henry as a tight end. Like, they clearly have the tools to be a really dangerous team right now if they can get the quarterback position right. And frankly, if Tua's healthy, he seems like the best guy to get the quarterback position right.
Well, yeah. That's why I said the Dolphins should pick him. This has been the tank for Tua's season. But then they messed up and decided to win some games.
They blew the tank, and then they might not even draft Tua even if he's available. So
yeah,
it could just be a whole, just a waste of a great slogan. So it'd be a shame.
Oh yeah. I think they have 3 first-round picks. So
yeah.
They'll find some good players. The Chargers' other issue is they don't have any fans over there. Like, nobody cares about them. Like, they're irrelevant. They're going into this gigantic, $5 billion stadium supposed to open up in the fall, and it might be empty. So, they need some star power. I think that's one of the reasons why Tom Brady was sort of rumored to go there, because, they got to sell some tickets.
So you got a question in the chat from John Kane. Which position do you guys think will yield more picks in the first round this year? Offensive line or wide receiver?
Ooh,
I'm taking offensive line. Because really offensive line covers 5 positions. And wide receiver technically covers 3 or 4, but
yeah.
There's a lot of teams that need offensive linemen, and offensive linemen are less replaceable, in my opinion, than wide receivers are.
Yeah. The mocks that I'm not going to say I've read them, but I've certainly skimmed some and listened to podcasts and stuff. It seemed like there were a lot of linemen early in the draft. There's a lot of wide receivers too, but there's more depth, I would say. That's notable. So like in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, there's a lot of receiver depth.
So the Giants took a tackle.
Yeah, Andrew Thomas. That's not a bad pick. I like Andrew Thomas. He's not my top offensive tackle, but a lot of people have him as their top guy. So I'm not too surprised by that pick.
Okay.
I don't know. Tristan Wirfs was a better prospect as far as I'm concerned, and the Giants still need defensive help. I'm surprised they passed on Simmons.
Yes.
So Evan,
Simmons
not to worry.
Fall.
I am lowercasing the UGA just for you.
Yes,
I had that on my sheets for every Georgia player. I wrote it in lowercase, thinking of Evan and his mental health.
Yeah.
Because
mental health.
Yeah, because you hate Georgia, so I'm trying to keep you in a good place mentally by not antagonizing you with appropriate capitalization.
No, it's not appropriate to capitalize them. They don't deserve capital letters.
That's fair, but I feel like a lot of people might disagree. I don't personally care. I've kind of become a Georgia hater by extension because of Evan. Like I don't have any reason to hate Georgia. There's some
it sort of just emanates from me. Like it's just
Georgia's
coming
got
out of
good
my
players.
pores.
You look like Nick Chubb came from Georgia. He's awesome. I like Nick Chubb.
Yeah, so did Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford lost his last home game in college to Georgia Tech.
Yeah, there you go.
How in the world did that Georgia team, who was ranked number 1 in the preseason, lose at home to Georgia Tech? It was mind-boggling.
So I don't hate the Andrew Thomas pick though. But my top 2 tackles in this year's draft: Mekhi Becton from Louisville and Tristan Wirfs from Iowa. Tristan Wirfs I haven't really seen a whole lot of film from. I've seen a little bit, but based on what I've seen and the fact that he's from Iowa produces offensive linemen like crazy.
And tight ends.
And tight ends. They had 2 tight ends drafted last year.
And they had George Kittle was Iowa tight end too.
But Mekhi Becton is the kind of guy who I think can come in and make an impact on an NFL roster right away at the tackle position.
Do it.
Great run blocker. Pass blocking isn't proficient yet, but it's serviceable, and that's something that can certainly be improved upon. But like Tristan Wirfs earlier, I was watching NFL Network, and he was drawing comparisons to Trent Williams.
Oh,
and Trent
That's
Williams
a pretty
is
good
a
guy to
beast.
compare it to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean Trent Williams is a beast. Not to mention, he was also compared to Brandon Scherf in the sense that he's a guy who plays right tackle, could move over and play left, and could also play the guard position, which is exactly what happened to Scherf when he went to the Redskins when he was playing tackle in college and moved to guard for Washington. So, I mean, those are my top two offensive tackles. It'll be interesting to see where those two guys go.
well, forgive me for not, inviting Hugh Jackson over and, grinding some tape on the offensive lineman. But, the tape in air quotes that I did watch, which was some YouTube highlights this evening. I looked at the top quarterbacks and the wide receivers and a couple defensive ends who I think are going to be around for the Ravens, but the offensive linemen. I'm not as deep into the science of playing offensive line, because I'm 5'10" and 160 pounds. So
Yeah.
Well, one of the cool things for me is that this past fall, getting a chance to do color commentary for several of DeMatha's football games over on Monumental Sports Network I really had to study a little bit more of the field. I'm so used to really just following the ball. That's what I've done for the majority of my adult life. Watching football is I follow the ball. And as a color commentator, that's not your role. Play-by-play guy follows the ball. The color commentator is trying to see a little bit of everything to pinpoint what's the important thing that made a play work or not work. And so I really got some practice at looking at the offensive line, what's going on in the trenches, looking at the coverage that the defense is playing, and what kind of routes the receivers are running against that coverage. Whether you're running kind of a zone blocking scheme, a zone run offense, more of like a stretch offense spread, and what the differences between those are. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I know everything there is about it, but I knew enough that I got a lot of, oh yeah, that's right, Cory, good point there, from a head coach in the Arena Football League who was who was like a second color commentator on one of our broadcasts. So I know a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just to interject, I'm not feeling the Trey Wingo pinstripe suit. It's a little loud for me, but
well, have you seen what Michael Irvin
I don't
is wearing?
like the suit so much with the shirt, because the shirt with all the little dots or whatever it is.
It's part of the deal. Michael Irvin's looking candy cane-esque. Look, he's going to to
Steven only
Indiana.
mentioned the pinstripe. I like that.
Trey Wingo has
I
a
think
lot going on with the suit.
I think Booger and Kurt Warner probably have the suits that I like the most. I appreciate a nice Michael Irvin loud suit with the red and everything. I do appreciate
I don't
that,
appreciate
but it's not my style. I would never wear something like that myself.
Boog doesn't quite look as, fit when he wears a suit. He looks a little more, like he's got a little more weight on him.
I mean, when does he look really fit?
I mean, he looks a little more, a little more trimmed up when he's in the booth. All right, here we go. Miami making their pick.
Let's see, is it going to be Tua?
I think it should be.
Yeah, it's Tua. Yay!
Awesome.
They did the right thing. Tua Tagovailoa goes 5th overall to the Miami Dolphins.
Mm-hmm.
I'm writing it down. Hopefully I don't misspell it. So just to keep track, we've now had 2 defensive players drafted and 3 SEC players drafted in the top 5. We're keeping track of that for Evan's draft bingo card, because I believe there's it's
offensive lineman.
the threshold is the majority.
Yes, so 17.
So 17 for defensive players and 15 SEC players.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so yeah, we'll be keeping tabs on that. It's always fun to see who produces the most talent. It's usually pretty obvious who does. It's always the Alabamas and the Georgias and the like. So, but that's a good pick in my book. We discussed it just a few moments ago.
Oh yeah.
Regarding Tua versus Justin Herbert, and
Great.
I think that this is a great pick for Brian Flores and for the Miami Dolphins, who were supposed to be just the worst team ever last year. And not only were they not the worst team ever, they were not even the first or second or third or fourth worst team in the NFL. So
they were so bad that they couldn't even suck good.
Yeah, but
they purposefully tried to tank and ended up with the 5th pick.
Well, I think that just shows that they're well coached, right? Like they send a lot of good players up the road for draft picks and whatnot. But and then the remnant that they have, they coach those guys up and they won a couple games. Like they beat the Eagles, who went to the playoffs.
I was really just going for the Blue Mountain State reference. You suck so much, you don't even suck good.
Yeah, I haven't seen that show.
Well, Eric has, so he knows.
I have multiple times, but it's been a while since they pulled it off on Netflix, so I'm not quite.
I love this pick. I hate it for the Chargers because this is the guy the Chargers should have taken if he had fallen. But I like it for the Dolphins, and I like it for Tua. The thing is, in my opinion, Tua is the better player between him and Joe Burrow. I think he's better than Joe Burrow. The problem is the injury history, and so I understand him not going ahead of Joe Burrow. But if the injuries had not happened, and if they don't happen in the NFL, he should have the better career, in my opinion. I mean, this guy is a video game. He's Madden Michael Vick from 2004.
Well,
he's not from a running standpoint. Not from a running standpoint. But
that's Michael Vick.
He throws like Michael Vick ran.
Well, okay, that might be true, but you also have to consider though. I don't know how much size at the quarterback position matters anymore because it's become such a horizontal game. And even if you don't have the height that a prototypical quarterback does, like Kyler Murray and Russell Wilson, they get outside the pocket, they move around a lot anyway. So they have that ability, and Tua has that ability as well. My concern is that we see Russell Wilson do his Houdini act all the time, and it's glorious.
The offensive line is so bad.
But the issue there is that Russell Wilson has been. I don't think he's missed a start in his career, whereas Tua has missed, as we've discussed at length now. He's gotten injuries in both of his 2 years as a starter, and it's hampered his combine, hampered his ability to prepare for the draft. And despite that, he was still so talented that he was picked in the top 5. And I'm thrilled for him, and I wish him the best because I think he's a great kid, and he's a hell of a football player to watch. Like when he first took over the championship game against Georgia a couple of years ago, like you could tell it was different. Even though like the second drive he was on the field, he threw an interception, but you could just tell it's like this kid has something that they didn't have before. And then the next year when he actually got a full year of reps and things like that, and he just took over college football. He's an unreal talent, and it's hard to think of a guy that had a more impressive run that didn't result in a Heisman Trophy and didn't result in a number 1 overall pick, and it's solely because of the injuries.
Oh yeah, I mean he shattered the all-time record for passing touchdowns at Alabama. Like he has like 80, and the next person has 24 or something. I mean, you take that with a grain of salt because the passing game has evolved so much over the past few years, and Alabama was one of the late comers to that evolution of the passing game. Like they just didn't throw the ball that much. They were run the ball, play defense type of mindset. But still, Tua's incredible, and if he stays healthy, he's probably going to have a good career. And also, he doesn't have to go up against Brady twice a year. Like, the GOAT is no longer in that division.
Yeah,
it's just demolish everybody.
at this point, Tua is decisively the most talented quarterback in the AFC East, which is, that's a hell of a turnaround from where the Dolphins were, just last year or have been the last 20 years since
Where
Dan
the
Marino.
Dolphins were 10 minutes ago. It's a turnaround.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been that way for 2 decades. And now, all of a sudden the tables have turned. And that's what the Bills and the Jets having quarterbacks that they drafted in the top 10. And while, Josh Allen looks like he might be pretty good, and Sam Darnold still hasn't – you can't write Sam Darnold off yet. Neither of those guys had the hype or the potential that Tua has.
Yeah. I think the guy who's – who's underrated. I will say feel like he's the second best quarterback in that division over the Brady era. I guess aside from Brett Favre would be Chad Pennington.
Chad Pennington very good.
He wasn't some bum, right? He was competent. He was a good player, and he just got injured. And and then certainly Tom Brady casts a wide shadow over a lot of stuff. The
fun thing about Chad Pennington is, for one thing, every year he was healthy with the Jets, they made the playoffs, and he's the only quarterback from the AFC East to win the AFC East in the last since 2001, other than Tom Brady. He won it in 2002 when the Patriots went 9-7.
Was he the quarterback of the Dolphins in 2008 too?
Yes, he was. Yep.
Oh.
So he's the only AFC East champion since Tom Brady took over in 2001.
Oh wow, that's quite something. That was Joe Flacco's first playoff win down in Miami.
Yep.
Just, the defense sort of dominated, took a bunch of stuff back to the house, and
Chargers pick is in.
Yes, the pick is in. And
Justin
Herbert.
So
we've had no crying so far.
Maybe it's different because of he looks like he's gonna cry.
Oh.
Maybe not. I don't know. He looked a little verklempt earlier on, but he's looks like he's just enjoying the moment. Good for him. Justin Herbert's a talented individual as well. I remember just a couple years ago, people were gassing him up, as a top 5 pick, and then he kind of just got lost in the shuffle a little bit with Tua, with Joe Burrow, and with some of the guys that came out in other years, and it's just like it seems like people kind of forgot about him, and then they realized, wait, this guy is a guy that we had a first-round grade on for basically 3 years. So, I'm glad to see that he's going to get a shot, because I do think he can play too.
Oh, yeah. He's pretty good. One thing, though, that people are talking about is he too tall to play quarterback. Like, everybody wants somebody tall, right? Like, the Broncos certainly were about to pick him because they just want tall quarterbacks.
Yeah, they drafted Brock Osweiler over Russell Wilson because Russell Wilson didn't check the tall box.
Yes. Did you watch? That boggles my mind. How Russell Wilson slipped to the third round. Are you kidding me? Did you watch any of his games? Just one. Just watch one of them. He was amazing in college, and he had to play a fifth year at Wisconsin for some reason. Like, no, just watch the games. He's just why I don't understand the tall thing. Like, I mean, obviously, if you're only 5 feet tall, you probably can't play. But 5'10" versus 6'1", that's not that big a deal. And good coaches and coordinators can figure out a way to help that. But I heard a stat, who's the best quarterback who was 6'6" or taller?
Cam? I don't know.
Is he 6'6"? I thought he was only 6'4".
Is Cam really 6'6"?
Cam and Ben are both kind of they make stuff up as they go with their height.
Cam is 6'5", according to Wikipedia.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've heard people say he's 6. It's like LeBron James, how sometimes
Ben.
He's 6'10", 280 pounds. Other times he's 6'8", 220. It's like nobody can make up their mind. It's like he grows an inch every time somebody wants to make him seem more legendary.
Yeah, but Justin Herbert is 6'6" according to Wikipedia, while the other two are 6'5". But let's be honest, when you're at that height, 6'5" and 6'6", how much of a difference is that really?
Hairs.
I don't know. But You know,
I don't think it's
somebody.
enough of a difference to be like, he can't play.
Yeah. I
So
mean, Peyton Manning's 6'5", but like
Yeah.
the good 6'6" quarterback. I mean, is that who's the best guy? Is it Joe Flacco? Like, who is it?
I mean, Eli
Couldn't tell
Manning
you.
is 6'5".
is
Yeah.
Eli that tall too?
Yeah, Eli
Yeah,
is
he's
6'5" as well.
I thought he was an inch or two shorter than Peyton was, but okay.
No, he's big.
Eli's 6'5". Terry Bradshaw's really tall too. I want to take a look at him.
He's
He's
a
6'3". 6'3".
Oh, okay.
So the Panthers have made their selection, but they've gone to a commercial break. So just to get back to Evan's point about who had the most touchdowns at Alabama with Tua with 80, who had the second most was Joe Namath.
Joe Namath.
Yeah. Joe Namath had 24 touchdown passes.
24.
24 in 3 seasons. It wasn't like he only played 1 year. He had 24 tutties.
How many interceptions did he have?
I gotta go back and look it up.
Because 8 touchdowns a year is not very many, but like 8 interceptions a year back then would have been like astronomically low.
Yeah, I didn't say that he did that. Oh, that's college.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I'd be surprised if he had fewer interceptions than he had touchdowns if he only had 24 touchdowns.
Well, and Joe Namath was a interception machine in the NFL, and AFL, I guess, if you will.
Everybody but Bart Starr was an interception machine in the NFL back then.
Yeah, exactly.
Sonny Jurgensen is widely considered one of the best quarterbacks of that era, and he was an interception machine.
Yeah, they all threw picks. Joe Namath actually, his touchdown to interception ratio was 24 tutties to 20 picks. So he actually wasn't really throwing that many picks at Alabama.
That's impressive. I mean, I know it's college. Like, you're not going to throw as many interceptions usually in college, but still.
Well, plus he's playing for Bear Bryant, and Alabama's stacked, and probably just crushing fools.
Yeah.
So it's a little different when you play for the AFL Jets, who, even back then they sucked, and Joe Namath kind of made them good. I'm a bit of a Joe Namath truther. People like to say the guy couldn't play. He was a great quarterback when he played. He wasn't as good as necessarily the best guys of his era, like Fran Tarkenton or Sonny Jurgensen. But he was a great quarterback. And people look at his crappy touchdown to interception ratio. I'm like, those were the times. It was different back then. And that was even compared to his peers. He did throw more interceptions than most, but he also rarely took sacks. He had some of the best, comprehensive stats that you could find. His passer rating was obviously going to undersell him because that doesn't account for his ability to avoid the sack. And it over penalizes interceptions, but Joe Namath was a legit Hall of Fame quarterback. There's no doubt about it.
Oh, certainly. Yeah.
So real quick, while we're in a little bit of a break before we find out the Panthers' first pick of the draft, just want to remind everybody to follow us on social media. You can you can obviously talk to us on the Facebook chat throughout this. I mean, that's how you're watching after all, but you can also tweet at us anytime. We've got a new podcast account at Sportsballers18. The Sportsballers was too long, and just Sportsballers was taken for some reason. So we started in 2018. So Sportsballers18 is our handle. You can also follow me at Cory Puffett. You can follow Eric at Quagmire6791. Not spelled like a quagmire like the ditch, but Quag and then his last name, which is on your screen right now. And then you can also follow Evan at Evan_Ash13. You can email us at thesportsballers@gmail.com. Not that there's really much of a need to do that, but if you feel so inclined, you can do that. We're always looking for topics to discuss on our weekly shows.
Especially now.
With COVID-19 suspending most sporting events. I mean, this is the first big sporting event in almost 2 months. I mean, everybody is excited for this because of that. But also, going forward, we hope to continue to do some video podcasts. We may not always do them live, but certainly we'd like to add that as kind of a mainstay to what we do. We've got a new channel over on YouTube. There's no videos on it right now. This will be the first video that goes up there after we're done tonight. It'll go on there. We will not save our video podcasts on our Facebook page just to keep it a little bit cleaner, but you'll be able to always find those on YouTube, and we will have a link to those in a tab on our Facebook page. It takes you right to YouTube. Looks like the Panthers pick is in, and Roger Goodell is ready to announce it. I think Eric is slightly ahead of me for his TV.
And y'all are way ahead of me. So
you're streaming online.
Yeah, so like you guys break the news to me.
Yeah, Eric's been breaking it from me. So Derek Brown, Auburn's defensive tackle.
Oh boy,
yeah, I had that one. I feel good about that. I thought the Panthers were going to take him. Carolina is desperate for help at all levels on their defense. I mean, their defense is terrible, and they've already got the quarterback position sussed with signing Teddy Bridgewater. We know that their running back position is well compensated, as we discussed, I think, last week. It's their defense that has been deteriorating since their Super Bowl run, and that's where they need to replace a lot of talent that they've lost or that's aged out. And this is a great first start. Derek Brown was easily the best interior defensive lineman in the draft, and this is definitely a great pick for them.
Sugar Hill, Georgia. It's right up the road from here. He's a big boy. Do you guys think we have our first player crying of the night?
Like right now?
Yes, Derek Brown.
Does he strike you as a crier?
I don't know. I've had to split up my monitor so much I can't see that well. But he seemed to be, a little emotional, which is fine.
My dad is teasing you a little bit, Evan. He says,
teasing me.
He says, poor Evan is just seeing the Redskins pick.
Oh, well, yeah. I'm doing the best I can. Okay. I only have one TV in my apartment. As you see, this is my bedroom. The TV is in the living room. So, we have to work with what we got.
So Steven has an interesting question. I'm going to take a crack at this one, and then the two of you can add on. Obviously, if you think I missed anything. But Steven wants to know why Jameis and Cam have not found teams yet. And to me, the answer is pretty simple. These guys are veteran quarterbacks who are going to command a pretty significant salary. I mean, even Jameis, who threw 30 interceptions this year, he's got so much talent. I mean, both of them should be a starting quarterback in the NFL this year, in my opinion, but they're expensive. If you can get one of these top-tier rookie quarterbacks who's going to be cheaper for the next 4 years, why not do that? And then once the draft is over and you haven't gotten one of those guys, then you go after a Jameis or a Cam if you still have that need at quarterback.
Yeah, I agree. I think, like you said, they're going to be expensive, but, stuff happens. Like somebody could get injured, somebody could unexpectedly retire, like Andrew Luck did last preseason. So, I think both Jameis and Cam will eventually find jobs, but they just haven't been signed right now. But there aren't going to be any OTAs, and training camp is up in the air. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, I think they both have jobs at some point.
Yeah, I think that it's a little different when talking about Cam versus Jameis, because Cam is a former MVP, led his team to the playoffs multiple times. I think that, if you're a talented team and you've got a good roster in place, Cam Newton could definitely raise your ceiling. Whereas Jameis Winston, there's always going to be a ceiling, relatively low ceiling with him as your starter, because he's just too damn turnover prone. He throws so many interceptions, and it's completely intolerable. If you throw 30 interceptions, you will never, ever win more than 8 games. And the fact that they pulled it off last year spoke to how talented the team was, because Winston was garbage last year. And frankly, when you throw
garbage for the first 2 drives of every game, and then
he was a lot to throw at least one interception.
Considering there's only about 10 drives per game, being terrible for the first 2 is not helpful.
I mean, that's true. I'll respond to that in a second. Roger Goodell is announcing the Cardinals pick now.
Oh.
And with the 8th pick,
Boy, Cliff Kingsbury's on his couch.
Isaiah Simmons.
Isaiah Simmons.
Wow, fell pretty far. Considering how talented he
Not
is.
in the SEC.
Nope.
I mean, who else is really needed an outside linebacker in that top 8 group?
That's
I
fair.
mean, I feel like you could find a place for Simmons, though. He could make a positive impact on your team.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah. I'm counting Derek Brown as a player crying.
Okay.
So I was going to respond to Eric's point about Jameis and the fact that there's only 10 possessions in a game, and it's a great point. You're 100% correct on that. But what I will say is when you make those kinds of mistakes early in a game, there's plenty of time to make up for it. And that, as much as the talent on the team is a reason why they were able to win 8 games this season, despite him throwing 30 interceptions, it is so much more detrimental to throw an interception late in a game because time slows down. You start taking timeouts. The clock stops and doesn't restart when the ball is set every time you go out of bounds. These sorts of things extend a game late in a game, which makes those interceptions that much more detrimental as opposed to when you just get them out of your system early, you can bounce back and make up for it. And I'm not sitting here trying to argue that it's good to throw interceptions at any point in the game. That would be obviously
Jameis threw a lot of those.
But there is a better time. I'm not even going to say an okay time, but there's a better time to do it, and there's an absolutely awful time to do it. And most of the time, he was not doing it at awful time.
Okay.
You look at a guy like Kirk Cousins, who I think very highly of, and I think is better than Jameis, and I think is, quite honestly, easily a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. He throws interceptions at bad times sometimes. Not all the time, but honestly, more often than Jameis did this past year.
Well, aside from Jameis's pick 6 in overtime.
Yeah, his last pass was a pick 6, albeit, but
Jameis threw his share of soul-crushing interceptions as well this year. Let's not act like he only turned the ball over on the first couple of drives. And I would cede your point if he was just a turnover machine that first possession and then played like 2007 Tom Brady the rest of the game. Then yeah, you could do a lot with that. But he
did in the 8 games they won.
No, but he played like Jameis Winston. Without the 30 picks, which is still a turnover-prone decision-making disaster, but not quite as bad as he was the first 2 drives. So we're not talking – and the thing is, timing your interceptions isn't really a skill. Like, you can't say, oh, well, Jameis was like, oh, he threw the picks early, though, and he always does that, which means he's always going to do that next time for his new team. No, he's an indiscriminate pick thrower, just like every pick thrower.
That's fair.
Eventually it will catch up to you, and you will start throwing those picks at more critical times, like Brett Favre did.
Man, if it was a skill, though.
That would be something. If you were like, okay, I'm too incompetent to avoid throwing 20 picks this year, but I'll make sure I throw them when we're either up by 21 or down by 21, you'd be amazing. But that's not how it works.
Oh, yeah. So a friend of mine came over, my friend Patrick, and we were watching the Falcons game. They were playing the Bucks. And he doesn't watch a whole lot of football, so I was explaining how Jameis Winston is the most exciting player in the NFL, how he's the full box of chocolates. And right at that moment, he threw an interception. And then after that, the Bucks got the ball back, and Jameis Winston throws a 70-yard bomb to Godwin right on the money. You never know what you're going to get with this guy. He's just going to throw it to the wide open defensive back or the tightly covered 50 yards down the field guy on his team. What is it with this guy? He's consistently inconsistent.
It was a wild ride having to start Jameis for multiple games during the fantasy year because I had Drew Brees on my team and he missed extensive time due to the thumb injury that he sustained against the Rams. And some weeks I'd throw Jameis out there and he'd put up 35 fantasy points. And I'd end up winning by 60 because the rest of my team was really good. And then other weeks he'd make games interesting because he'd have -4 points. Yes. And I'm like, crap, I'm on the verge of losing a fantasy game that I could have won if I just didn't even start somebody.
Yes, because you were playing against me when the Bucks are playing in London. And so I was watching that game because it was the only game on. It was, breakfast football. And I'm just laughing hysterically as Jameis throws an interception, fumbles, throws an interception. Like, oh my goodness.
It was just not up.
So
It's like he plays for my team. That's how much he was helping me.
There were a couple of weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks this year, where on our blog I did like a preview of the week and what I expected to see in each game. And it was something I am not really having time to keep up the way I wanted to. I hope to find time to bring that back this coming fall, because I had a lot of fun doing that. It kept me a little more engaged in watching the games to see if things happen, but also it helped me just to study the teams, and I felt a lot more knowledgeable going into our podcasts having done that during those few weeks. But there was a game where the Bucs were playing the Lions. Is either the Lions or the Colts, and I said in that write-up before the game that I expected to see Jameis throw 1 or 2 early picks and then bring the Buccaneers back to win, and that's exactly what he did. But I'm not saying that to toot my own horn, because that wasn't like a long shot prediction. He had done that the previous 2 or 3 weeks in a row, so he is consistently inconsistent. Just making Evan's point a little bit stronger.
Like, he threw for 5,200 yards, but also set an all-time record for pick sixes thrown in a season with 7.
But those are totally correlated, because when you throw a pick six, one,
you're
it
behind
throwing, and 2, you get the ball back right away. So the other team doesn't get an offensive possession to take time off the clock. So you get even more shots at it when you give them a quick 7 points.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I will, it's possible that Jameis ended up getting cut because he threw a pick six on his last pass as a Buck. So it's nice that they brought in a quarterback who threw his last pass for a pick six as a Patriot.
I mean, at least it was in the playoffs. The Bucs haven't won a playoff game since they won the Super Bowl.
It was also with 15 seconds left on his own 1-yard line. It's a little bit different context. While they were trailing, Jameis had the ball with the game totally within his grasp, and he threw a pick six, which is just chef's kiss to a tremendous season that should be written about for years to come.
Yes. Can we do a 30 for 30 on the 30 for 30, please? What if I told you that somebody would have a really historic passing yardage total, but also a historic interception total? It's just dumbfounding. Like,
it's pretty crazy to see somebody actually get away with throwing 30 interceptions in today's NFL. Normally, once you get to 20, they're looking to bench you. But, for one thing, Winston was, competent enough, I guess, when he wasn't throwing picks, and they didn't really have anybody else. So it wasn't like they had Ryan Fitzpatrick sitting behind him. Okay, so the Jaguars pick is in, so we'll talk about that in a couple moments.
Yes. I still see Trey Wingo on my screen. So
a little bit behind.
Yeah.
So the Jaguars drafted C.J. Henderson from Florida, cornerback, one of the top corners in the draft class. I think it's a pretty good pick for them. They needed defensive help in a lot of ways, and C.J. Henderson was for my money, he was the second best corner in the class behind Jeff Okudah, and he's an SEC guy, so we get to check off both the defense and the SEC category for this pick. So yay for that.
If my count's correct, I'm at 5 of each.
Yes, that is my count as well. Okay. So that leaves the Browns up next. The pick is already in. I thought the Browns should have considered maybe trading this pick, based on because they need an offensive tackle. But the best guy the consensus best guy is still on the board, and maybe they don't want to risk it. But the next 3 teams don't have a lineman need; they have a wide receiver need, and we have 3 really talented wide receivers in Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, and Henry Ruggs III.
Yes,
and
indeed.
Those teams could go, 3 in a row. And the Broncos also need a receiver, and they have the 15th pick. But the problem is that now that I think about it, the Buccaneers also need a tackle, and they probably didn't want to risk the Bucs taking Tristan Wirfs off the board before that 15th pick.
I mean, right now I'm thinking about the total count of players crying. I think might have to add one, but. For C.J. Henderson, provided he, we get another live shot of him.
I didn't see him.
I saw him briefly.
I was looking at the Browns.
Yeah, I mean, you're too busy paying attention to what's going on in the actual draft.
Yeah, I'm sorry that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Oh yeah, that chalk it up. That's crying.
Mhm.
That's crying.
And this isn't a men shouldn't cry type of thing. I mean, it's
No, not
just
at all.
I wanted to come up with things that happen at the draft, and players crying is one of them. So, yeah, if I got drafted in the NFL, I would cry too. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I think that ship has sailed.
Aside from the being short and slow and generally unathletic, probably not a NFL prospect. And I'm too old as well. So there's that issue. Although Brandon Wheaton got drafted when he was 28, so
yeah, but he was also talented enough to start in for a Division I college program, which doesn't describe us.
No, it does not. Certainly doesn't describe me. I don't have any eligibility left. You saw that up.
Yep, I used all mine up. So Brown's pick is in. Roger Goodell is ready to announce the selection for.
Oh, okay. I thought this little boy was announcing.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I got closed captioning on, so I'm not quite as inclined here.
No, it's Goodell announcing
All right,
the pick.
let's see.
Jared Wills? Okay, so they took a different tackle. That's still a good pick for them, though.
That's an offensive lineman.
Yep, his offensive tackle, Jedrick Wills. I think, was he the guy that recently got in a little bit of trouble for clowning on the internet that might have hurt his draft stock?
I don't remember. I mean, it's not quite a Laramie Tunsil situation.
It's not a Laramie Tunsil situation. Although that was great.
It was, because
that was glorious.
I was in Chicago that night. And so, I'm in the big crowd of people standing in front of the fan stage. And they had the guy from, they had, I think, Scott Hansen is his name, from Red Zone Channel. And he was sort of hosting the fan event and stuff. And it's Chicago, so it's windy and it's freezing cold and rainy and stuff. And I'm just looking at my phone and keep getting these updates about Laramie Tunsil and what happened and all the breaking news and ESPN alerts. It was incredible being in the draft crowd and having that unfold.
So, Cory, I'm not seeing Evan's video anymore, but I do hear him.
Oh.
Okay. Did it freeze on Skype, or you're
no,
not seeing it at all?
Not there. I'm seeing you and then me in the corner, and that's it. I see EA.
Huh. Well, I have Evan's video on OBS, and I can't tell if it's frozen or not. It looks like it might be.
I'm moving around, so.
Well, I mean, I see you on Skype, but why don't you go ahead and turn off your camera and then turn it right back on, Evan?
Alrighty. Let's see. Turning the camera off. Wait a second. They're showing the highlights. Turning the camera back on. I see myself.
I don't see him.
Eric, you still don't see him?
I still don't see him.
Huh. I don't know why. I'm getting him, and he's in OBS.
Okay. I mean,
I guess we won't worry about it
full screen
right now.
yourself?
I know I did not full screen myself. Cory is the full screen right now.
Oh, okay. And you don't see me at all.
I see EA. I see that you're in the chat, but and I hear you obviously, but I don't have video of you.
Interesting. That is weird.
So don't know what happened there, but whatever.
How long ago did that happen? Just now?
Just a couple moments ago. It hasn't been that long. I was looking up at the TV, and then I looked down and I noticed it. And when he finished saying whatever Evan was talking about, I mentioned it to you.
Okay.
Whatever Evan was talking about. I think it was talking about
you were talking about Laramie Tunsil.
Yes. Yeah. That was weird. And the Ravens we were picking high that night because it was 2016.
Okay, he's back.
All right. Okay.
So
Yeah,
An
and the
issue with
20.
Eric's Skype, I think, but that's all right.
It's probably my fault. That's okay. I'll take the blame.
Yeah. Somebody bring Eric a Pepsi. Another Pepsi.
I need another one. I'm running low.
Yeah. Could somebody get Eric a fresh Pepsi? A socially distanced Pepsi out there, maybe.
I mean, last week on our podcast, Eric just had people bringing him food.
Yes. Are you at a restaurant or something? There's like plates and silverware and drinks and glasses.
If I want my buffalo wings, I have to get them from the freezer and put them in the microwave. I gotta do that myself.
Yes, Eric is sitting on a bed right now.
No, actually, I'm in a chair.
Oh, okay.
Now the bed's next to me, but I got the TV here. I figured the bed would be a little too casual, a little too comfortable, and plus it's an uneven surface when I sit on it. So I'm just like, yeah, I'll stick to a chair. But yeah, I got the bed right here. So the Jets are on the clock. I guess this looks like some type of commercial break, but everybody's on headphones, so it looks like they might be part of the NFL draft. So as I mentioned earlier, before the Browns made their selection, the Jets, the Raiders, and the 49ers all have needs at wide receiver, and we've got 3 talented wide receivers that are ripe to be picked in the next couple picks. So we'll see if there's a run on them before the Buccaneers.
Of course, I have on the bingo card that Judy, Lamb, and Ruggs get picked in the top 12, and none of them have been picked.
So
we're
impossible.
At 11 already.
Yeah, so unless you could somehow split a pick, which I don't think you can, that one's not going to quite hit blast.
Come on, I had 13 before, and I didn't like.
You did. I remember that because I remember thinking, this might actually happen still, and
it wasn't a round enough number. Like it, I thought 15 was too easy and 10 was too hard, and I wasn't really feeling 13. Yeah, so like 12, and it's probably going to be 13.
Well, the Jets could make it a moot point here if they pick, a quarterback for some reason or something. But I mean, the Jets do have other needs. Obviously, they're not a very good team, so they could go in another direction. They could draft a tackle. They could draft an edge rusher, an interior offensive lineman if they feel compelled. I mean, it's not like the only thing they need is a wideout. They're quite a few pieces away from being a playoff contender, even in the now wide open AFC East.
I mean, the AFC East isn't even wide open. I think that's a cupcake division now. Like, just hand it to the Bills already.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sit there and say the Patriots can't do anything because we got to figure out who the hell's going to be playing quarterback for them first. I mean, what happens if Bill swoops in and picks up Cam Newton and Cam Newton's back? Like that.
Well, that will be good. But as of right now,
sure.
Right, if they were playing on Sunday, with the rosters they have, like I don't see it from the Patriots. They have that good defense, but their offense wasn't good last year, and they had the greatest quarterback ever. Now he's gone. They can't. You can't win if you score 0 points.
Yeah. Plus, they also lost a good chunk of their linebacking core. Kyle Van Noy signed with, I think, the Dolphins, and a lot of people considered him the Patriots' defensive MVP outside of Stephon Gilmore. Cory, are you talking or
No.
at all? Or okay, cool. Okay, so you're not. So we can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me. So I was working on some graphic stuff. I realized when I got to the 10th graphic, or to number 10, like the spacing was wrong, so I had to redo the graphic.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so the Jets pick is in. We're waiting to hear.
I'm looking at Michael Irvin. He's got a striped suit, a striped shirt, and some sort of checkered tie with a striped pocket square. What in the world are you wearing?
It's crazy to me that Alabama could have 2 receivers picked maybe in consecutive picks.
Oh.
I mean, that would be kind of wild, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah. But
I wonder how often has that happened? Like, has that ever happened?
I don't know. And I mean, it's not like Alabama's wide receiver core is going to be empty now either. Like they still have Jalen Waddle, who's just
pick is in.
ridiculously fast.
Mekhi Becton, Louisville offensive tackle.
He was my top offensive tackle.
Your boy.
This bingo board isn't working out because, of course, we had 3 offensive linemen in the top 11, not the top 10.
Oh, man. Well,
and
it definitely.
How many wide receivers do we have so far?
0.
But I mean, like wide receivers are usually a mid to late first round draft choice anyway. So, hey, look at that! The first time we're seeing LV on the screen.
Yeah,
I know it's been on for a few minutes. I wasn't paying attention until now.
I wrote down on my little cheat sheet here, like for the first time, I was like, how do I abbreviate them? I wrote down LVR, and it looks really dumb.
Yeah, no, it's just LV.
Yeah, no, I went with because
you only need that with like LAR because like you don't have NOS for the Saints.
I got that, but
some
still,
sites do, which is weird.
It was the first one on the list that actually only required 2, so I went with 3 to keep it going. Then I realized right after that San Francisco, I never call them SF4, so so might as well just stick to 2 as well. That would be something, though. All right, so the Raiders are on the clock, rocking the silver and black logo. I like it. So I guess at some point we can fill a little time discussing some of the Bucs transactions when we get to their pick that have happened outside of the draft this week. But for now, I presume we'll stick with what's happening on the screen.
Abbreviate them TBB.
Right now, I'm pretty much just in my producer role, and you guys do your thing. And when I have something to interject and I have time to interject, I'll do so. But working on some behind-the-scenes stuff to make sure that everything is still looking good.
Well, I will be glad to try to hold the fort down because you sure as hell have put in a lot more effort than I have, and probably more than Evan as well. So we got to pull our weight somehow.
I mean, I'm just sitting in a chair talking. That's really all.
Yeah, while I watch football draft, not actual football, but
no. Is that do we have tears?
That's Joe Douglas. He's the Jets general manager, hugging it out with what looks like his kids. So that does that qualify?
No.
Here's Mekhi.
I'm behind.
He's pushing a Ford F-150. So that's pretty impressive.
Didn't the Jets, they fired the general manager like right after the draft last year? He's pushing a pickup truck.
Yeah, they fired their guy after the draft last year. It was bizarre because I don't know. The whole anything with any team with Adam Gase as their guy is going to have a whole bunch of football things going on. I mean, it's just all that magic. I don't know. I don't get why they hired him, and he certainly didn't do anything to make me feel better about that hire last year.
Oh yeah. So let's see. Yeah.
So Mekhi Becton is an Louisville pick, so that is not an SEC school. So can't check that one off.
He's from Alabama though.
Yeah, well,
from the SEC, so that's 6.
Hey, there's Mike Mayock and John Gruden. They're
They both used to do this job.
Yes. They're the made-for-TV LA Raiders front office. It's great. Gruden is legit. He's put on a little poundage.
Is he really?
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. I mean, I can't talk. I've been sitting here in quarantine just eating cookies and doing minimal exercise. So
people bring you cans of Pepsi.
That's also true. Aside from being lazy and gluttonous, I'm also spoiled, which is pathetic. But
I need to go to the store and get me a Pepsi.
Just a singular Pepsi or like a case?
No, a case is too many. I don't need a case. I've been crushing Captain Crunch the past couple weeks, as y'all know. So, more sugar for no reason is not good. So
All
one
right,
Pepsi.
So the commission's on the screen, ready to tell us who the Raiders picked. He's giving us a little speech about first ever official draft selection by the LA Raiders. That's right.
Oh boy. I also think we are kind of a lock to get the 32nd pick after 11:30 because we're at the 12th pick now, and it's 9:40.
So the next pick, I'll just let Evan see it this time. I'm not going to spoil it for him. It'll show up eventually.
Mm-hmm. Henry Ruggs.
Yep. First receiver off the board goes off at 12 to the Las Vegas Raiders. So now after hyping it up, the 49ers need to pick Jerry Jeudy because I want to see it happen.
Oh, yeah.
So I got a question for you, Evan. Would you rather have Jerry Jeudy or CD Lamb?
Well, I mean, my answer would be yes.
Yeah, of course, but
certainly
pick.
I would guess Lamb.
Yeah,
splitting hairs, right? Like, there's no wrong answer there.
Right. John Gruden seems quite satisfied with the pick. The Raiders are desperate for wide receiver help. I mean, they had Tyrell Williams was their number one, and he's all right, but he also got hurt a lot. They were almost like they resembled the Kansas City Chiefs back when Alex Smith was there, and he was throwing all of his touchdown passes to Travis Kelce and Jamal Charles out of the backfield. Like, there was zero wide receiver help.
Then they have Dwayne Bowe.
Yeah, they had like the shell of Dwayne Bowe. They got Jeremy Maclin the next year, and he provided some help, but man, their wide receiver core was garbage for 2 or 3 years before they finally. And now their wide receiver core is amazing, but that's what happens when you upgrade the position. Well, it gets better. So
a ridiculous dunk from Henry Ruggs, and another dunk. 100-meter dash champion. Oh my goodness.
So I didn't get another Pepsi, but I did get a nice mug of hot chocolate here, so that's pretty clutch.
I will drink some water because I went to my refrigerator and poured my water myself.
I'm sorry you had to do that.
Yes, it was very
quite a hardship for you.
Yeah. After working all day today, I had to go get my own water. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think Ruggs in that offense, I think would be pretty good. They have don't they have Goodwin or Godwin? I get them confused. Which one do they have in San Francisco? Godwin.
Marquise Goodwin.
Goodwin.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player. And the 49ers
another receiver, Deontay something.
They had that rookie that had a really nice year for him. I'm blanking on his name right now, but they did give up. They lost Emmanuel Sanders.
Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, Deebo Samuel had a nice rookie year. But yeah, like I said, Emmanuel Sanders now a Saint, so they desperately need to re-up that wide receiving core to get that. Who's that?
Henry Ruggs. I'm way behind you guys. So,
I know. Louis Riddick is on the screen right now for me, so.
I think Louis Riddick is awesome.
He's great.
He's not on television enough.
Yeah, he's like Mina Kimes, where it's like the more you can get him involved, the better your broadcast is going to be.
Yes. Did y'all see that clip of from Highly Quarantined today where Mina Kimes and Pablo Torre were going back and forth because Pablo went to Harvard and Mina went to Yale?
I didn't know that either of them went to Harvard or Yale. So.
Oh. How did you not know that? Pablo was always talking about how he went to Harvard.
Pablo was always trying to plug Filipino athletes. That's what I recall from Pablo on High Noon. Was that he was always trying to tell us about how this like 1/8 Filipino dude was about to take over the NBA. I'm like, okay.
Oh yeah. And that would be crying from Ruggs. So that's 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna have you check and manage the crying people because I'm not paying them.
Okay. Where is that even on here? We haven't Have we had any trades at all? There've been no trades.
No, which is, been a little surprising, but we'll see if people can get things cooked up. I mean, I thought for sure the Lions were going to trade that third pick.
Yes.
Especially once Chase Young came off the board. It was like, okay, there's no reason for them to hold on to that pick. But, I mean, they got a good player out of it. I mean, Jeff Okudah can ball. Like, he's going to be a really good player.
And, I mean, and the Lions, there wasn't, for them to trade, they needed a third team to need one of the two quarterbacks that were up there at that spot. So, you're Schefter. Pointing out that there have been no trades. Yes. Thank you, Adam Schefter.
We beat you to it.
Oh, Brooks and SEC. 7. How did nobody trade anybody? This is unbelievable.
San Francisco trades a pick.
What is Tampa Bay doing? Is San Francisco going to take them? Going to take whoever the Buccaneers wanted?
No, the Bucs still have the 14th pick.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so wow. Okay. I was about to say, I thought that they just moved up a spot like the Bears did to get Trubisky.
Yeah.
Wasn't that a trade with the 49ers too?
Yes.
That would have been so hilarious.
What? So they're
Yeah, so the Bucs get 2 picks in a row.
What pick did they give up?
You guys are gonna have to tell me because I'm not close.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hopefully they show a graphic of it.
I'm looking on Twitter right now to see if I. Ian Rappaport says, "Trade. The 49ers are sliding back. Trading with the Bucs. Thanks a lot. Can you tell us which
trading
pick
what?
they traded?
Yeah, what did they get?
What are the deets?"
Yeah, because I've got this orange highlighter here and it's gone unused for hours, because
Calais Campbell tweeted, "Hey Joe Burrow, congrats on being the #1 overall pick. Can't wait for us to be properly acquainted."
We need to get after him next season. Absolutely.
Bucs pick is in. The first pick, or no, actually the 49ers do have the 14th pick, so they did only move up one slot.
Yeah, so what the heck?
Maybe there was competition for that 13th pick.
Why would you only move up one slot?
I don't understand why teams do this.
Well, if somebody else wants to move ahead of the Bucs to perhaps draft a lineman, maybe the Bucs had to get ahead of it.
Okay, so then why don't we make that excuse for the Bears when we talk about them moving up one spot?
Because they drafted Mitch Trubisky when there were 2 better quarterbacks still on the board. That's why.
Mitch Trubisky.
If Mitch Trubisky was good, we wouldn't make fun of them for that.
Oh yeah, because if
that's what their scouting department decided, that's fine. But I'll make fun of them for valuing Mitch Trubisky over the 2 of them, but I'm not going to make fun of them for moving up a spot to get their guy if the alternative is somebody else moving up to get their guy.
But that's presumably the alternative, was the 49ers weren't going. Again,
maybe the Bears were worried about that. I don't know.
And the 49ers could have taken him because they didn't have a quarterback back then.
They didn't? They didn't have Garoppolo yet?
No, they traded for Garoppolo during the season.
During the following season?
Yep.
Oh, okay. The pick is in, but I still don't know who it is.
Yeah, we're waiting.
We're waiting. There's a lot of waiting.
That's what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Evans is on Twitter saying he thinks Tua is going to be a bust.
Respectfully
disagree.
I don't know if
Tory Smith asks, did Gettleman have a mask on in his house? I think he did.
He did.
Yes, he did. When he was sitting by himself. I saw that.
I'm so glad that, I mean, not that the Redskins have any room to talk about having goofy GMs, but I'm glad we don't have one now. So that way we can laugh at Dave Gettleman without feeling like we're throwing stones in a glass house.
Who's the Redskins GM now?
It's basically Ron Rivera.
All right, here we go. Bucs draft pick is in.
Pick is in. Roger Goodell is saying some stuff.
I'm not hearing the booing.
Yeah, we got the booing earlier.
Yeah.
I want more.
Yep, Tristan Wirfs.
That's a good pick.
That is the appropriate pick. So the Bucks get their man. I think they wanted him the entire time.
Why don't we just stay at 14?
Maybe the 49ers rope-a-doped him and said, hey, somebody's moving up. You want this pick? Again, we don't know how much they gave up either.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when the Bears traded for
they didn't
Trubisky...
just give them the 14th pick, that's for sure.
Yeah. Like when the Bears traded for Trubisky, Mike Wilbon treated... Did John Lynch have a mask and a gun? Like how he just completely robbed the Bears blind.
Well, the Bears gave up a lot, too. It wasn't
they gave up everything.
Yeah, it wasn't like they gave up, like, 1 6th-round pick or something. They gave up, like, multiple thirds.
Oh, yeah. And the Bears have the distinct misfortune of not having a first-round pick. But we're still talking about them because they messed up so bad.
Yep. So now I got the 49ers on the clock after trading back 1 spot for an undisclosed amount of draft capital.
Yes.
We'll get that information later, I'm sure.
Eventually. Like
Now
on Survivor, when they post the votes to YouTube after the fact. We just have to remember to look it up later.
So now we get awesome videos of watching athletes jump out of pools, which is something that none of us could do. I could jump out of a pool if it was like 6 inches of standing water.
What? Wow.
How far back are you, Evan?
He just jumped out of the pool.
Oh.
It's a large man jumping out of like 4 or 5 feet of water.
I can barely jump in a pool. So jumping out of the pool? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no shot for me.
Like these linemen are just tremendous athletes. Because I think I could run a 40-yard dash in a little under 5 seconds. But like when you weigh twice as much as me, if not 2.5 times as much as me, but run the same speed, that's you're putting out a lot more, I don't know, horsepower maybe or something. Like
yeah,
you're moving a lot more person than I am.
Yeah, I'll never forget I forget which lineman it was, but he ran like a 4.6 40 or something crazy like that, and he ran a faster 40 than Manti Te'o. I'm like, that's not great for Manti Te'o's draft capital right there. You're getting smoked by a lineman.
Oh yeah. I'm listening to Booger talking now. I watched a video this afternoon of Booger McFarland and Damian Woody getting drafted. They did an interview with Scott Van Pelt, I guess, last night. So they showed the throwback photos from 1999 and stuff. It was interesting.
So, Eric, whose jersey is that? I know that's a Saints jersey. Is that Drew Brees?
Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't see the number. I haven't been able to see the number.
Yeah, it's Drew Brees. I'll stand up for you.
He said it would be Drew Brees.
Oh, did he?
It's the only jersey I have. Like,
I assumed it would be a Saints jersey.
Who'd you think of? Jimmy Graham? Like, come on.
Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham was amazing.
It could be like who is the running back that the Saints had back in the day? It was like
Deuce McAllister?
Yeah, Deuce McAllister. Why not him?
Because Deuce McAllister isn't that good, and come on. He was
like the best player when they were trash.
What about Aaron? I think his name was Aaron Brooks, the quarterback, who was Michael Vick's cousin.
Yeah, no, not. I don't have his jersey either. If I was going to buy another jersey, it would either be Alvin Kamara's or Michael Thomas's. So.
Okay.
Evan, you've got a Ravens polo on.
Yes.
Maybe Cam Jordan. I would consider a Cam Jordan jersey too.
Yes, I'm rocking the Ravens polo. I got, dressed up.
And you got the blurry background on Skype too.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix that, right?
I mean, it's not bad. Like it makes you kind of pop off the screen. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
But
got
if you
plenty of light shining in my face, so
if you were to want to do that, it's the choose background effect. If you click the 3 dots in the lower right where it says more, choose background effect, and you can turn off the blur. But you don't need to. I think it makes you kind of pop off the screen.
I think it's perfectly fine because this poor computer has got a lot going on right now, so just try to minimize the computing it has to do.
And then you can see my setup here. I got my Sean Taylor jersey. May he rest in peace. I got my setup back here. Star Wars, Ender's Game, some of my old kids' sports books, Matt Christopher and all that. My
Matt Christopher, nice.
Yeah, his books are awesome. I still have some of his too.
Tony Dungy's books, Fantasy Life by Matthew Barry. Evan's
I cannot recommend Fantasy Life by Matthew Barry highly enough.
That's great. I got my lightsabers.
I absolutely loved it.
So the 49ers are kind of running out of time here. Could we perhaps have a team that doesn't get their pick in?
Yes. Could we, please?
I don't think that they're going to let a team just not get their pick in. They're going to work with them.
Yes, they will.
Issues.
That has happened.
This is a different draft. This is not like anything we've had before.
This is a different draft. That's an excuse. I'm sorry. That doesn't work for me. This is a different draft.
It's a different draft experience.
That's what people would say when they draft some club.
Look, Kyle Shanahan is clearly sitting there come on, why can't I get this to work? Why can't I get this to work?
Yeah, John Lynch looks like he's really stressing out. It's nice. That's a great shirt he has on too.
Hey, Vero. Vero's checked in on Facebook. He says, "What's up?"
What's up?
Hey, Vero.
Pick is in. 26 seconds left.
Oh, goodness gracious.
You should get another Pepsi.
So we will be here with you guys all night until the very last pick of the first round.
Oh, my goodness. Yes.
Don't think we have plans to do this the rest of the weekend.
Y'all don't want to sit here all day Saturday breaking down
probably
the
be sitting watching
rounder?
it. I just don't know if I want to deal with doing all this producing for another 10 or more hours this weekend. That said, if you guys were insistent, I'd do it.
No, I'm not insistent at all.
I mean, I'm going to insist on watching the draft, but sort of, this performance aspect of it, I don't know about that.
So I guess that's John Lynch's daughter hanging out with him.
I have to say, I'm actually really enjoying this. Doing all the producing and whatnot. I've made a few very small errors here and there. We had some audio issues that I've completely fixed now, which is good. A couple times I've accidentally put an overlay over top of, or a graphic over top of the overlay, so it doesn't really sit behind it the way it should. But overall, things are going pretty smooth so far. We haven't dropped a frame in about 45 minutes or so.
What does that mean to drop a frame? That's when it freezes or something?
So let's see who the 49ers have.
Okay.
Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle from South Carolina. Another SEC guy and another defensive player.
8 and 7 or 8 and 6. Missed one.
I've got 8 and 6. But I also haven't been tracking it that closely. I've been writing everybody's name down, but I haven't really been diligent about checking it off after every pick because we're kind of yakking about whatnot. So,
I mean, yakking about whatnot is sort of what we did.
Yeah,
he's from Goose Creek. That's where Matt Peters is from.
Goose Creek is one of the place I used to work. They had a facility at Goose Creek, and I almost had to travel there. I didn't though, so that's all I know about Goose Creek.
And your boy Justin Smoke is from there too.
Okay, well, that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So somebody fell down at the Kinlaw household.
What? Oh,
Yep. It's being compared to Richard Seymour. Richard Seymour was pretty good.
oh, somebody did fall.
Yeah.
Nobody seems concerned.
Shoot.
I think he's okay.
Wrote that down in the wrong section. Javon Kinlaw.
Writing loudly.
Oh, you can hear that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Sounds like you're writing on a stone tablet.
I'm using a mechanical pencil on a piece of 8.5 by 11-inch printer paper. So
What is the hard surface you're writing on?
it's a table.
Oh,
Like just a white,
loud table.
composite table. I don't know.
Positive.
It's probably because it's pretty close to the computer too, though. So that probably contributes to the volume of the pencil lead scraping off against the piece of paper.
I think I only watched one South Carolina game this season. That was their game against Alabama, and they got rolled.
Didn't Georgia take a really bad L at home to South Carolina?
Yes, they did, but I wasn't watching that. But that was glorious. They choked away a chance at the college football playoff because their only other loss was to LSU in the conference championship game. So
Yeah, they got absolutely, demolished in that game.
well, yeah, that's what happens when you played LSU and Joe Burrow. They were demolishing everybody.
That was a loaded team. All right, so the wide receiver run that I predicted has clearly not come true. Only Henry Ruggs III has come off the board.
Not yet,
but
anyway.
Yeah, but Denver's pick is in, and I've got them as a wide receiver needy team, so we'll see what they end up doing.
Is Drew Lock the guy there?
Yes.
Okay.
Like, is he the guy? Like, is he actually good?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know about that.
We don't know about that.
He is their guy for better or worse.
Okay. Sort of like how Jared Stidham is the guy in New England.
Well,
right now.
yeah, but I don't think they plan for Jared Stidham to be the guy in New England, whereas Drew Lock is the plan. Just like, Sam Darnold is the plan, but we don't actually know if
Paxton Lynch was the plan.
I gotta give ESPN and NFL Network credit for like just how clear the images are from like inside these prospects' houses. Like they got really good cameras in there.
Well, when you're a multi-million-dollar industry, you can afford high-quality stuff.
Yeah, the worldwide leader in sports.
Yeah, why can't you guys get like a satellite dish to like beam your feed to me? It'd be so much cleaner.
Well,
Kick us some of that DeMatha money, and maybe we can, work something out.
Yeah. If you can finance all of that and convince, my apartment complex to let me build some sort of satellite beaming structure on the roof.
All right, so now that we're at a little bit of a commercial break, I feel like we should talk about Rob Gronkowski joining the New England Patriots.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
I'm
shocking.
sorry, I said the New England Patriots.
Yes, you did.
Oh,
It's such a habit. It's such a habit to think of both Gronk and Tom Brady not playing for the Patriots, but joining the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Cory's Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I totally missed that.
And it was something that wasn't out of the question, I thought, throughout the offseason, because it seemed like Gronk was done, not necessarily with football last year, but he was done with the Patriots for sure. Like, he seemed to be over the whole New England Patriots culture, I guess, and all that comes with it, both good and bad. A lot of people think that the Patriots fans should be upset about this, but, I mean, they got something for nothing, so can they really complain?
They won 6 Super Bowls. I don't ever want to hear any complaining ever again from a Patriots fan. Ever. You have nothing to complain about. Won 6 championships in 19 years.
Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Are you kidding me? 6?
Jerry Jeudy.
Jerry Jeudy selected by the Denver Broncos. So
nice. I think I'll be pretty good there.
assuming
Yeah,
they can get him the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if Drew Lock is any
It
good,
depends
he'll
with Drew
get
Lock.
him the ball. So Atlanta's on the clock. The Falcons have a lot of needs on defense.
They're a mess.
I don't like that graphic. Received straight A's. No, tell us that he earned the straight A's. It's a good thing. He earned those. Don't like.
Yeah, what is that? That
Saying
sounds
received downplays it. It makes it sound like somebody like some teacher just took pity and gave it to him. Like he earned straight A's. It's a big deal.
it's definitely passive language.
Yeah.
So Atlanta, yeah, like I said, they need help at cornerback. They need help at interior defensive tackle. They need desperate help at edge rusher because they had 6 sacks for the first 11 weeks of the season, and then they played the Saints off a bye, and they racked up doubled their total in one game. But then
They had no sacks 5 straight weeks.
yeah, and then they went right back to being garbage again after that Saints anomaly. So yeah, they need a lot of help, and they're going to be playing a very quarterback-heavy division as usual, but even more so with Tampa Bay upgrading from Jameis Winston to Tom Brady, and with the Carolina Panthers upgrading from banged up Kyle Allen to Teddy Bridgewater, who we all think pretty highly of. So they can't afford to have another just absolute sieve of a defensive unit out there, even with that offensive firepower they have, if they want any hope of competing.
Oh, yeah. Because, their offense, it got shut down at times. They just didn't score. And since they couldn't stop anybody, that's how you lose. It's very easy to lose that way. You can't score and can't keep the other team from scoring.
So who are we thinking that the Panthers ought to – I'm sorry, the Falcons ought to give a go at here?
I have no idea. Somebody on defense.
Yeah, I'm looking at Clavon Chason from LSU. You can't go wrong with.
What position is Chase on?
He's outside linebacker. So he's an edge guy.
Yeah, that'd be a good pick for the Falcons. They really need a guy who can rush the passer. They
paid Vic Beasley $12 million to do nothing.
They had a streak of 4 or 5 straight games toward the early part of the season this year where they didn't have a single sack, and then they played Eric Saints and just had 20 sacks in that game.
Yes,
it was ridiculous.
I just complained about that. Yeah, Cory was too busy producing and not paying attention. He pulled a Sasquatch. It wasn't quite as bad as that other moment, but it was pretty bad.
Back on the All Sports crew.
Goodness gracious, that was just. All right, so we were talking about the Bears were playing the Lions, and I think it was the first game that Calvin Johnson was realistically within range to break Jerry Rice's single season receiving yards record, and Cory made some point, about how the Lions might be too focused on that and let that affect their game plan and take away from winning. And so that's why he was picking the Bears or whatever. And then so Sasquatch was looking at his phone, looking at some NBA scores or something like that. And so then Sasquatch says, yeah, I'm worried about the Lions because I think they're going to be too focused on giving Calvin Johnson the ball, and that could take away from their game plan and alter their path to winning. He said literally the exact same thing Cory said. That Cory had just said. I was like the way he said it was like I've got a really great take here. Check this out. They're not going to be ready for this. I'm like, well, actually, I just heard that 20 seconds ago, but thank you.
Maybe it was a good take.
It was a pretty solid take.
It was my take.
But it was Cory's take, and we didn't need to hear it twice.
Yeah. So we were talking about.
Do you guys think that Gronk can contribute, or you think he's done?
Well, I thought he was done because he was so beaten down from playing football. He had so many injuries and he was in so much pain.
Yeah, but now
he was like, you know what, I'm done with this. Yeah, but that makes a difference. It's not like he took a year off and now he's super old and not capable of running fast anymore. He was
want
to subject yourself to that
his
punishment
life
again.
As far as his age and his physical capability. He just was injured all the time. Now he's had a year to recover. I think that he's got something in his tank. I think that he can make a difference.
I mean, yeah, I think he can play well, but it just surprised me. So.
If he stays healthy, he's going to be a playmaker. He's going to be a difference maker in that offense. I mean, that tight end core is amazing right now in Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
without him, they're amazing now.
O.J. Howard won it out.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the best. This is probably the best tight end core in the NFL by a large margin. Plus, you've got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
And a fresh new left tackle potentially to keep Tom Brady upright. So I mean, they seem to be doing the right things.
What about the kicker situation? Because Tampa Bay's kickers have doomed them.
That's true.
The Tampa Bay, they just find a way to lose games with their new terrible kicker that they bring in. So
the question is going to be, can Tom Brady's shoulders stand up to throwing 500, 600 passes this season? Because that's probably what he's going to have to do when the best running back in your backfield is Ronald Jones II.
What about Peyton Barber?
He's a Redskin now.
Yeah, he wasn't good anyway.
and he wasn't good anyway, but he's not even on the team to be not good for them.
Yeah, but we've talked endlessly about how, running backs are – you can find a talented guy in the third or fourth round or whatever. It's really about the offensive line. If you can give decent run blocking, you don't necessarily have to have the most explosive or elusive running back. You can get decent production. And when you've got that much firepower on offense, you don't need – top 5, top 10 running. You just need something serviceable.
That's true, but let me bring this point up and see what you think about it, because the problem with that theory is that if you don't have a really good running back as your top guy, that means you don't have any depth behind him. So if you're running Ronald Jones a whole lot, yeah, he may not have to be a superstar in order to have a good season, but if you're running him to the ground, he gets hurt, now what?
Well, what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that they should stick with Ronald Jones as their starter or as their RB1. I'm saying they'll have opportunities to add depth to that position, either in the later rounds of the draft or in free agency. It's not like there's a completely barren market on running backs. Like, they could find ways to fill out their depth there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, at the top of the show, I talked about Anthony McFarland and how I could see him dropping to the 5th round, not because he's not talented enough to be taken much earlier. I think that he's a guy who it would make sense to take late 2nd or early 3rd round with his talent, but based on how little he played in college and the fact that running back is pretty
replaceable.
It's not it's a deep position. I could definitely see that.
So the Falcons have made their selection. They've selected A.J. Terrell from Clemson. He's a cornerback. I think it's a pretty good pick. They need cornerback help. I don't know if I considered Terrell the best remaining cornerback on the board, and I felt like Clavon Chason would have been a better asset for them as an edge rusher because I think he's a better prospect overall. But they definitely put position in need. But like we've talked about this, the Falcons aren't one pick away from having a competent defense as it is. So we'll have to see what they're able to do in the sort of the tertiary portion of free agency after the draft and with their later picks. I mean, they could still add depth and possibly could get some sleepers later in the draft to fill out their defense.
Yeah, the Falcons' defense is a mess, but it became suddenly less of a mess when Dan Quinn fired himself as defensive coordinator.
That's true.
All of a sudden, they were tackling and stuff.
Yeah, they got a little bit of a boost. But you also can't deny the history of consistent defensive subpar performances. I mean, this even dates back to the year that they blew the Super Bowl. That defensive unit was better than usual, but it still wasn't great, and it's just been downhill since then.
Sean has joined us.
Excellent. Hey, Sean.
Hopefully that means that things are going okay right now as far as the moving process. I know.
They're showing highlights against Georgia Tech. These highlights shouldn't count against Georgia Tech. That's not fair.
To be fair, they did show him. They did show him shutting down Ja'Marr Chase from LSU. So that's something,
Yeah.
So now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock, and the Dallas Cowboys
what they're going to do.
Always love to stay relevant because we don't. They're going to draft a receiver. They're going to draft a receiver. They're going to draft CeeDee Lamb or CeeDee Lamb. They're going to draft him. I bet you money. They don't need receivers. They're going to do it. They're going to draft receivers.
They saw him sign Dak Prescott. when I was in Chicago for that draft, that was the draft they drafted Ezekiel Elliott, and going into that draft, Zeke had some off the field issues, and but he was still a big name, flashy type of guy, and so like when they announced he got picked, there was laughter in the crowd actually, and people thought that was funny, since he was just a splash. Like, oh, we're going to draft Ezekiel Elliott, the guy who won the national championship, and he's great, and he's in the news and stuff. But,
So we are now halfway through the first round of the draft in terms of pick total, and it's 10:15. So I don't think we're going to be out of here until after midnight.
Oh, yeah.
It's quite possible.
It's a good thing we're quarantined because none of us have to get up and go to work. Well, maybe Evan does, but I know Cory and I definitely don't.
Yeah, what's the situation with that right now, Evan? Do you actually have to go into work right now?
No, I've been working from home for weeks now.
Okay, I know that like either early this week or last week there was one day where they like made you go into the office.
Yeah, they called me in. We had a big project that we had to get done.
Ridiculous. That ridiculous state of Georgia down there.
Boys.
We'll stick away from the politics as much as possible.
Well, you don't even have to get political to make fun of Georgia. I mean,
yeah, Georgia kind of, the state kind of does it to itself. There's no woe is me when it's self-inflicted. Like, I'm sorry. But I mean, I've lived here 12 years, so.
So in classic Cowboys fashion, they're letting the clock run down. We're inside 2 minutes before their pick is in. Evan, just out of curiosity, I'm going to announce when it's at 1:50. What time is it at right now for you?
2:12.
So yeah, you're about close to 25 seconds behind me.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. So, I mean, at least it's streaming smoothly. It's not like sometimes trying to stream stuff, it's like watching a PowerPoint presentation. It's just picture and then picture and then picture. I don't know who Dallas is going to pick up. I would guess, I agree with you, Eric, they would go CeeDee Lamb.
I mean, they should draft a defensive player. There's still a lot of defensive talent on the board, but they're gonna draft CeeDee Lamb, even though they don't need him. They're gonna do it. Like they just paid Amari Cooper a bunch of money. They have Michael Gallup. They're good at the skill positions, and yet they're just really gotta have another receiver.
Well, that looks like is that CeeDee Lamb's house?
They showed CeeDee Lamb on the screen, but you never really know unless I see him on the phone with somebody. I don't trust it.
Well, everybody's looking at their phone.
Yeah, but I mean like talking on the phone, like having a legit telephone conversation. Like, Jera is talking to somebody now. Pick is in.
Andrew is watching, and he wishes that the Redskins would have taken a quarterback.
What?
Well, sorry, Andrew, but Chase Young
is he watching, though? Is he?
Maybe he's watching, he just doesn't know.
He doesn't know what?
Doesn't know, like, the situation, doesn't appreciate the draft process and who's talented and who's not and what the Redskins need and all that jazz.
And the fact that, like, Dwayne Haskins is not sunk.
Yeah.
He showed enough in the last few weeks of the season last year when the Redskins the team was doing nothing for him. He showed enough to me that tells me he's got potential to still be a decent player.
It was really tough to watch the Redskins. Just nobody was blocking for him. The dude was begging for help on the bench, and dudes were just tuning him out. I'm like, this is just such a bad culture.
Well, Dwayne Haskins was.
Let's see if Eric was right.
I'm starting to feel like I wasn't, but I'm kind of hoping I was. Yes!
Wow!
Yes!
Eric got it. CeeDee Lamb.
God, I love the Cowboys being in the division because they just can't help but get in their own way.
Don't they have offensive line issues too?
Yeah, they do. They've got a lot of issues, one of which isn't wide receiver, and yet they went and drafted a wide receiver with their first round pick. So,
Jerry was watching CeeDee Lamb at Oklahoma won like 4 or 5 straight Big 12 championships. They play that game in Jerry World.
Yeah.
Sedarian.
So they draft C.D. Lamb. They have Amari Cooper, who they probably overpaid. They've got Ezekiel Elliott, who they gave a bunch of money to, and they haven't paid their quarterback yet. Like, what's the plan here? I mean,
Jerry's trying to win the Super Bowl, obviously.
Yeah, but how's he going to do that if they don't pay Dak?
No idea. I don't know.
Maybe he's trying to win it this year.
But is Dak under contract?
No,
well, they can always
he signed his franchise tag, I believe.
Okay, but I mean, still, that's not cheap.
No, it's not. But like I said, if he's trying to win the Super Bowl this year, then at that point he can decide if he wants to keep Dak or not. And if they win a Super Bowl and they get rid of Dak,
that makes sense.
Cowboys fans are weird. They'll be like, "Oh, we go on the Super Bowl. It's okay. It's for money purposes, whatever." Not all Cowboys fans, but
Cowboys fans are not rational human beings.
Right.
The Cowboys haven't been to a conference championship game in 25 years. There's no let's gear up for a Super Bowl run here. They don't do that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas. Yeah, Cowboys fans aren't rational human beings. You can't, I have a list in my head of all the teams that I hate, and I have them ranked. The Cowboys are number one. Okay, because I cannot stand Cowboys fans. They drive me insane.
So you're in the same boat with Stephen A. Smith, who just lives to antagonize Cowboys fans on First Take.
They are the worst. They're in Red Sox fan territory in terms of just being awful.
And look at how happy Jerry is with himself. He's just oh my God, I can't believe I did that. It's so cool.
Well, it's because Jerry. His background is making a lot of money in oil, but he
Michael Irvin loves it.
Deeply wants to be a football guy. That's the realm he desires respect in, is knowing a whole lot about football, and
he's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, he's done well, but if I were in Jerry's shoes, if I were fortunate enough to be the owner of an NFL team or any professional team, but since we're talking about the NFL, I would let the football people make the football decisions.
Yeah, but Jerry
I would just sign the check.
Yeah, but Jerry sees himself as a football guy because he played football. So
that's what I'm saying.
But he thinks that he is that guy. He doesn't believe that there's another option. He doesn't think, oh, let me hire some nerd to do this work for me who never strapped up. And the thing is, you don't even have to hire a nerd. I mean, John Lynch was probably a Hall of Fame safety, and he's doing a hell of a job for the 49ers. So, I mean, you don't have to find somebody, that's, a computer geek or a math whiz or anything like that. You can go get a football player who has
somebody who has a background in scouting and roster development and stuff.
Yeah, at the very least, John Lynch had experience in broadcasting, which requires an element of scouting and tape watching and evaluation. So it's not like he didn't get any type of benefit when he went from the booth to the front office for the 49ers. He clearly knew the game of football after having to watch game after game and watching tape consistently throughout the week to prepare. Whereas Jerry is just, he played football in college, and then he made a whole bunch of money as an oil guy. And it's so I guess he thinks he just knows everything. I'm like, well, you don't. And I think that after 25 years of mediocrity, you would have figured it out. But when you're a billionaire, and you're a Texas billionaire specifically, the only thing that's bigger than your bank account is your ego. And, Jerry's got that compatible ego with that amount of money that he has in the bank account. And it shows regularly when they do things like this.
Like when they drafted Ezekiel Elliott. We got a splash.
And just think about this. The smartest draft pick that the Cowboys have made in the last few years was drafting Zach Martin. And Jerry Jones had to be talked out of drafting Johnny Manziel in that
spot. Yes, he did.
Instead of drafting
I was very upset about that because I wanted the Ravens to draft Zach Martin.
So I just did a quick bit of research just because I was curious. I saw a post by NFL Research on Twitter earlier saying that only 4 times before this year now in NFL draft history have 2 wide receivers from the same school been drafted in the first round. So I don't know what all 4 of the other times are. We've got 2 Alabama guys already today. But the last time it happened was 2007, Ted Ginn Jr. and Anthony Gonzalez from Ohio State.
Oh,
Wow.
Ted Ginn.
I mean, Anthony Gonzalez had a decent run with the Colts as well. It wasn't great, but he was all right.
And it wasn't all his fault either.
The Last Dance promo there. I have not watched the first 2 episodes yet. They're on my
You
DVR.
haven't?
I am going to watch them, but my plan is to watch them with my girlfriend. She's a big NBA fan.
Has Rashawn watched them?
No, so I think we're both waiting to watch them when the next time we can actually see each other in person.
Well, stay off Twitter because Twitter likes to spoil things. Not that there's much to spoil because
this stuff already
You're
happened.
spoiling history.
the Bulls won 6 championships.
So
Yeah,
I am
spoiler
going to
alert
watch
for-
it. Don't give me grief, for not being interested. Like, I'm going to watch it, but in a little bit, Eric, I'm sure probably has some thoughts, and Evan probably has some thoughts on the first 2 episodes. I know your dad was upset that that it only showed 2 this past weekend.
Oh, it was more
I was
about
going to
the.
watch all 10 at a time.
I think he was hoping that since about a month ago they re-showed the the O.J. Simpson doc they did that was just in 5 parts, and ESPN, since they'd already done that, it was old. They showed 2 more parts each night. So I guess my dad was hoping that it would be like that with the Jordan doc where they show a new episode each night. I'm like, nah, it's 2 every Sunday, dude.
Yeah.
So, and Scott Van Pelt even he was talking to George Kittle about it, and George Kittle was complaining that I want more of it, man. Scott Van Pelt's like, we don't have anything else to air. We got to milk this as much as we can, All right, so the Dolphins pick is in. This is the pick they got from the Steelers for Minkah Fitzpatrick early last season. The Dolphins have a ton of picks, not just in the first round with 3. They've also got additional picks in the second, third, going back. So it'll be interesting to see if they make some moves, because it's hard to believe that a team would have that many players that they actually go ahead and pick.
Right.
The Steelers traded 3 picks to the Dolphins to get Minkah Fitzpatrick. I thought it was just
Chris
this
Greer's
pick.
video feed is not that great.
Well, that
Is
makes
that a team having technical issues? I'm counting that.
Okay, sure, chalk it up. It's up to you.
I mean, it's just a video feed.
Okay.
His audio works, but
I think Miami should draft a tackle here, offensive lineman. They need help there.
yep.
And that's what they did. Drafted Austin Jackson from USC. So it's a solid pick. Is he sometimes I feel like I only wrote down so many names here, so I could easily just not get somebody tracked, and this is one of them. So, yeah, good for the Dolphins. I figured they'd get the quarterback early, and then at that point, it's time to protect the quarterback, especially if it's now Tua, because Tua needs protecting.
Yes.
He's coming off some significant injuries, as we've discussed at length for the last 3 months, basically.
Yes.
So good pick for them. It'll be interesting to see what they do with their 26th pick that they got from Houston. I guess that was part of the Laremy Tunsil trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but Miami seems to be doing this the right way. The thing is, we kind of made fun of them for doing the fish tank, but they actually have a plan. It's not like they're just hey, we're going to be like the Philadelphia 76ers where we're going to suck forever until we finally get decent lottery picks. So, no, they're actually picking guys that are going to help their program along.
I mean, that's how I feel about the Orioles, too. Our team's garbage, but, I believe we're headed in the right direction to not be garbage.
Yep. And in the NFL, you can turn it around a lot quicker than you can in Major League Baseball.
Oh, certainly.
So Miami's probably going to – I mean, like we talked about, they won 5 games last year when they're supposed to not win any games, by their own choices. And, so they've already established a little bit of a positive culture from that. And then you add in the quarterback, you improve the talent, and, they could be – I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs this year, but I could see them winning 7 games if things break right for them.
Well, there's going to be 7 playoff spots this year. that seventh spot is, sort of the team that gets a little frisky at the end of the season and goes on a run.
And the AFC is has become a little bit of a doldrum because, there's a power shift when Tom Brady leaves the Patriots.
A little bit, yeah.
And then it was already kind of weak on depth anyway. It was the Ravens and the Chiefs. And then you've got the Texans who have just, God knows what they decided to do.
They decided to be terrible.
They've put themselves in a position where they might not win the AFC South, which
is
insane.
Very easy to do.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Don't they love playing on Saturday afternoon in that ESPN playoff game against Buffalo or Jacksonville or somebody like that?
Or Oakland with Connor Cook.
Yes.
God, what a terrible game that was.
Or won a playoff game with T.J. Yates at quarterback.
Yeah, they also lost a game 30-0 with Brian Hoyer against the Chiefs.
When the Chiefs hadn't won a playoff game in like 20 years.
Yeah, that was ugly. All right, so the Raiders pick is in. The Raiders, like we said, had some needs earlier. They had needs at wide receiver. They filled that. I imagine they're looking somewhere else at this point. And yeah, it looks like they've drafted some big guy.
Some big guy.
Actually, no, that's Brian Flores talking to recently drafted. Yeah, I couldn't tell because again, I don't know what is going on, and I'm not really reading. I'm just enjoying my struggles.
Yes, they drafted some big guy. It's like, okay.
I see this huge guy on the phone, and I'm just like, okay, this is the next guy picked, and it's like. All right, so we're back to having John Gruden and Mike Mayock. Gruden's put a hat on now.
Oh.
No visor. Normally he's a visor guy.
Yeah. Frank Caliendo was all over that this week.
Frank Caliendo is a gem.
Right,
he's also upped his game. All right, here we go.
Raiders pick is in.
There's some spiel about second selection, blah, 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 That's right. The draft was supposed to be in Vegas this year.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you haven't watched from the ground up on the Raiders YouTube channel, I know Evan has watched it. I've been watching it. It's really fascinating. It takes you through the whole process of how they built this stadium, and it's really cool. You get a chance to see the workers and what they do.
How
much precaution they take and just making sure that everybody's safe in the way that they're doing it. Great production. Should definitely check it out over on the Raiders YouTube channel.
I'm also crossing off live shot of an empty Las Vegas.
There you go.
That's what you got. So the Raiders selected
Damon
Arnett.
Arnett, cornerback from Ohio State. Again, not on my list of guys, but I only wrote down 5, so that's on me. But yeah, this is the second position that I had them having a need for was a cornerback, and they've had a lot of success drafting the last year or so. Even with the ridiculed Khalil Mack trade, they did get some really good picks out of that, and other moves that they've made. So if they're able to continue that, I mean, they were a frisky team that could have been that type that grabs a 7th playoff spot in a season like this. Plus, it looks like they're going to get better. They've already improved 2 areas of need, presumably, unless these guys don't work out.
Do you think they want to replace Derek Carr?
At this point, it seems like they haven't chosen to make that move. I mean, they could have. They had opportunities. They had 2 first-round picks. They could have moved up to potentially try to grab a quarterback, but they didn't do that. And, so I think that for now they're sticking with Carr.
I'd be interested to know how much dead cap it would be if they just decide to dump him.
Yeah, that's true, because Carr did have a big contract that they signed him to after a great season he had in 2016. But at this point, that contract is relatively old. They probably could have gotten rid of him if they really wanted to. But Derek Carr is a fine quarterback. There's nothing wrong with going into a season with Derek Carr as your starter. You're in a good position, especially if you can put talent around him. He's not the best, but he's proven that he can play. I mean, he had a pretty nice season last year, despite having nobody to throw to outside the numbers.
Oh yeah, I mean, they had Darren Waller at tight end, who was Georgia Tech's own, but and then he got drafted by the Ravens, and he dealt with a lot of off the field issues, like addiction and stuff. So it's good to see him get back on his life together. But you're going to need more guys than just
So I have a quick question for you two fellas. Most people predicted that 4 QBs would go in the draft. Who do you think is going to end up picking Jordan Love?
Wait, 4 QBs would go in the draft total?
No, tonight.
First round.
Oh, tonight. Honestly, I don't know that Jordan Love necessarily goes in the first round unless the Patriots really like him and decide to try and take him.
I mean, there's some QB needy teams here. The Colts could take him too.
Yeah, my take on the
Colts just got Phillip Rivers.
Yeah, but he's old.
I know he's old, but I just don't see them taking a quarterback in the first round when they just signed a veteran quarterback. If they were thinking about taking one of these rookie quarterbacks at that point in the draft, I don't think that they would have signed Phillip Rivers when they did. I think they would have waited until after the draft to see what happened.
Oh.
Fair enough. And like you said, the Patriots do have the pick in front of the Colts. Or the Colts don't have a pick, so they'd have to trade up into the draft. But I saw some people suggesting that they might do that. But, I'd say the Patriots are the most likely place for him to land. We know they're not going to stick with Jarrett Stidham as their starter.
But I could totally see Love falling to the second round.
I mean, yeah, I could, but for me, Jordan Love, he's got a very wide range of outcomes. Like he could be Jamarcus Russell or he could be Peyton Manning, but he's somewhere in between there.
What about Jake Fromm, State Farm?
He's not going first round.
No,
Jake Fromm was not that good.
No, he wasn't. So what I'm saying is, Jordan Love's going to need a lot of high quality coaching because he's a very raw talent. He's got a lot of talent, but it's not fine tuned and sharpened. So if he gets really high quality coaching that New England has, then he'll be a whole lot better of a player than if he goes to a bad organization.
Yeah, it sounds like he resembles a little bit of DeShone Kizer, who a lot of people thought had a lot of raw talent.
Oh, he was so bad.
But he got drafted by the friggin' Browns and had to have Hugh Jackson watching the tape. So he had no shot. As soon as he got picked by the Browns, and they basically said, oh, by the way, you're going to be our starting quarterback for a team that just went 1-15. Mm-hmm. How you like them apples? And he went out there and he was terrible. And the thing is, they actually had a good running game that year.
They did.
And they didn't run the ball.
No, they let Kizer throw it right to the Ravens.
And everybody kept saying, oh, it's not Hugh's fault. They have no talent. I'm like, they have enough talent to win at least one game.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Like the Bengals last year. Cory was trying to say they might not win any games. They're going to win a game. They're going to beat somebody.
It's really hard to go with that.
It's hard to lose all of the games.
It's tough.
I mean, you have to be spectacularly terrible. But DeShone Kizer, he was so bad. Just mind-bogglingly bad. The game in Cleveland against the Ravens, I will never forget this. Kizer rolls to his left. The whole Ravens secondary shifts to that side. We have 5 defensive backs on that side of the field, all in a bunch together. I don't even see a Cleveland player in the end zone. And Kizer just chucks it, just a nice floater, like you're playing 500 back in the day in elementary school, just in the huge crowd of Ravens defenders. It was unbelievable. Where are you throwing the ball at, man? Come on.
It's funny because the thing is, normally when a quarterback falls into the second round, there's a bit of a silver lining with that in that usually they're being drafted by a team that doesn't totally suck. It's not like the Browns picked Kizer with their number 1 overall pick there the year. They drafted Myles Garrett. They got him in the second round. It's normally once you get the second round, you're thinking somebody's picking you up to sit behind a guy for a year. Maybe the Patriots would pick him up and maybe groom him behind Brady or something like that. That didn't happen. He gets picked by the Browns. So, and he didn't get picked by the Browns and, sit behind somebody some vet that they threw in there as a placeholder. They stuck him out there week 1 and said, hey, go win us games. There's just no shot that was going to work out. He won like 4-8 at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was all raw talent, and so when you're raw talent and you go to a team that can't even make use of anybody that has skills, you're screwed. You got no shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
So the Jaguars pick is in, but we're still waiting for them to announce it. In the meantime, another quick reminder to those of you who are listening. First of all, thank you for watching and listening today. We've had people checking in and out throughout the evening, and we appreciate all of you who have been here with us tonight. But follow us on Twitter. You can follow our show at Sportsballers18. You can follow me at Cory Puffett. You can follow Eric at Quagmire6791, and you can follow Evan at Evan_Ash13.
So Jaguars still need to go heavy on defense. I think they got a good pick with C.J. Henderson earlier. Clavon Chason seems like an ideal pick for them.
If only they still had Calais Campbell.
And it sure is. I don't know if Eric is like so far ahead that he knows.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm going out of my way.
He literally said it and then Goodell announced it.
No, I'm going out of my way to announce it before. I don't want to be a cheater. I'm not going to do that. Plus, I'm not that far ahead of you, Cory. I'm way ahead of Evan, but not ahead of you. So I feel like you would catch me if I was trying to pull that.
Yeah, Eric's like 25 seconds ahead of me.
Yeah, we actually
about
timed
3 seconds ahead of me, and I think he said it, and then Goodell said it like 6 or 7 seconds later. So close.
Yeah,
but
so
I think
give me a little credit. I did my homework for this thing. I wrote down a lot of crap. I took some time, during my lunch break to really take a look at everything. So I didn't want to come out here and just be like, oh, I don't know who that guy is,
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be on here for 4 hours.
I don't know who most of these guys are because I just don't watch college football. I watch the draft in order to find out who these guys are, and I'm okay with that. I know some of the guys are, but not all of them.
Sure, like you're gonna, if you watch college football, you'll obviously know all the quarterback prospects and most of the wide receiver prospects and the sexy type of skill position players. But I mean, you don't necessarily know who these offensive linemen are or these defensive tackles are, and even some of the pass rushers, other than Chase Young, most people wouldn't really pay that much attention to it. But it's just that Chase Young is such a freak of an athlete and played for such a prominent school that there was no doubt that anybody that followed college football would know who he was. I mean, he was the best player on Ohio State, and they were a playoff team.
Oh, yeah.
And they almost made the final. I mean, they played a really competitive game against Clemson. So
that was a great game against Clemson. I mean, for me, college football fandom for me was an acquired taste. Like, sort of, moving to this part of the country, where college football, I mean, the SEC came out with this commercial where, they had this woman saying it just means more in the SEC. And, that's not accurate because, other places take college football seriously. But it doesn't just mean more in the SEC. It means everything. Okay? It means everything. So, people live and die with these games. And, the emotional roller coaster of it all. I'm just here for I'm really here for that experience. It's amazing how into it these people are.
All right, so the Eagles pick is in, and since I'm sort of doing this Nostradamus thing now that I've gotten a few picks right, I guess I'll give it a shot here. The Eagles have a lot of needs, though, so this is going to be tough. I'm saying they're going to draft a linebacker. I think they're going to go with Pat Queen from LSU.
Oh.
That's just a guess. It could be Kenneth Murray too. They could draft a receiver. I honestly don't know, but Pat Queen, that's my guess.
Patrick Queen's one of the guys I watched some tape on today.
Were you impressed with Hugh Jackson?
Yeah. Yeah. So
how do you like him?
I don't know. We didn't talk that much. We'll have to go back and review, our tape watching process.
So you're tape watching.
Yes.
Speaking of things like that, our draft is starting soon enough. It should be next week. It'll be over.
Will I have the first pick in the draft?
Don't know. So we got Howie Roseman on the phone with.
Did you win the consolation bracket, Evan?
I have no idea. I don't pay attention.
I can look that up real quick.
I think I lost the third place game, so He's on the phone with Justin Jefferson, so that might be the pick.
Yes, Evan, you beat me in the consolation championship, so you get the first pick in the draft pick draft, and then I get the second pick in it.
Oh, okay. Can I announce my pick now, or
if you would like?
I mean,
I'll probably need a reminder later because I'm not writing that down right now. But yeah, you can.
I mean, right now, I want to pick first. Let's want the shot at the best guy. And did we have a guy in our league who was scared to pick first?
Yes.
Like, it was like,
that was Nolan. He traded his first pick to Andrew because he didn't want the pressure of picking first.
For like a bag of beans. Like he gave up. Like he traded. Like they swapped second rounders, but Andrew's keeper was there, so it didn't matter.
Oh.
Like Andrew moved back in the round with his keeper to move up 2 spots to draft whoever. I don't remember who Andrew drafted first. Probably Adrian Peterson. And Nolan was like, "Oh, I don't want to take that pick." And because at first I thought Andrew, when I heard about Andrew was negotiating with, I was about to give Nolan a hard time for taking such a bad deal, and he was like, "No, I want to give up that pick. I don't want the pressure of the number 1 overall pick." I'm like,
pressure.
I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? You're not really cut out for this.
What pressure is it? It's fake football.
I guess he was thinking he was going to get fired.
It's fake football. There's no pressure. We're not playing for money. There's no league punishment where you have to get a tattoo or have.
Or go take the SAT.
Yeah, or go take the SAT as a grown man. Like, no, we don't have any of that.
That's such a good punishment because it's not that bad, but it's also terrible at the same time.
Yeah, you got to spend like 3 hours or whatever doing this.
Yeah, you got to get up early on a Saturday morning to go to a high school and sit in a room for 4 hours to take a useless test. And Cory, I've lost video contact with him.
With Evan?
And you have to.
With you, Cory.
Oh, with me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna guess it's gonna come back the same way it did with Evan.
Probably.
So I'm gonna leave it for a little bit, and we'll see what happens.
And I mean, if you go take the SAT, you have to pay too. It's not free.
Yeah, it costs money.
Who did you say, Eric?
Said Justin.
I said Pat Queen, but I'm pretty sure Justin Jefferson's gonna be the pick.
Oh,
Jalen Reagor. Oh, wow. So totally wrong. They showed Justin Jefferson on the phone with somebody while the Eagles were in the process of making their pick, so I thought it might be him. But they went with Jalen Reagor for as a receiver out of TCU. Again, they needed a receiver, though, and people were high on Jalen, so it's a pretty good pick for them, I think. But, the Eagles are such a weird team because they seem to have a lot of talent in May and June, and then by August 15th, half their team is hurt. So, who the hell knows if they'll even be able to stay healthy? But
can't make the club in the tub.
That's one way to put it.
I mean, yeah, you posted that meme and got everybody all riled up about Carson Wentz.
Oh yes. Oh, I didn't get every. It was like 2 guys that were offended, and like 1,000 other people were like, "Oh, that's funny, man." I was like, "Yeah, because it was funny." So give me a break.
Mm-hmm.
God, people are such babies.
I mean, it's Twitter. Just people just like being upset anonymously.
The ratio was fine. That's all that mattered. Like I didn't get dunked on by every Eagles fan. The ratio, even a lot of Eagles fans, like, "Yeah, man, it's too much truth for me to handle." I'm like, "Yeah." Because it happens every time.
Every time.
Well, it's happened 3 times now in 3 straight years. So.
And how much of a big choke was it that Dallas didn't win the division? All the Eagles' good players got hurt. All Dallas had to do was just play competent football and you know what? No, we don't really want to make the playoffs. We're good.
Yep, so the Vikings are on the clock. They got this pick from the Bills in the Stephon Diggs trade.
So need a receiver too now.
Yep, so they do need a receiver to replace Diggs. There's still some talent on the board. As I mentioned, you still got Justin Jefferson from LSU, Mims from Baylor, Higgins from Clemson. So you got some options. But, they've also got other places that they could potentially try to bolster with pass rusher and cornerback. So we'll see what they end up deciding to do. The Vikings are a good team, though, so it's not like they're in a position where they desperately have to make this pick exactly right. Like if they can fill one of those 2 positions of need with an adequate player, they're going to be in a good spot to make the playoffs again.
Oh yeah, I think the Vikings win that division. They play some good defense.
Yeah, I mean the Packers were a little fraudulent last year, and
Very fraudulent.
I haven't seen any indication that they've gotten dramatically better through free agency. And frankly, I thought the Vikings were a better team than them last year. It's just that the Vikings couldn't get over the hump against the Packers specifically. They had that earlier in the year game with when Cousins was pissing off his entire team and having to apologize to Adam Thielen.
Oh yeah.
And then the second matchup, I think it was on a Monday night. Dalvin Cook was inactive, and the backup Alexander Madison got hurt too. So they had zero running game at that point. And the offensive line couldn't protect Kirk Cousins, who was having to drop back to pass, and it was just a disaster. And hey, Cory's back on video for me, so that's good to see.
Eric, I noticed that the Saints are coming up in a couple picks. What do you think the Saints team needs are?
Yeah, I would have said, considering grabbing a receiver, but for one, a lot of them have come off the board already, and two, they did get Emmanuel Sanders, who's a fine number 2 option. And they've got Mike Thomas, who's obviously all-pro. I think that, frankly, they need some help at cornerback because they've got Marshawn Lattimore and then really nothing else after that. They traded for Eli Apple to try to, take a chance on rejuvenating his career. And while he's been better than he was with the Giants, he's still the guy that people target and they can take advantage of. The Saints secondary was a big part of the reason why they ended up losing that playoff game to the Vikings. They also cost them the game against the 49ers, which is the reason they were playing on wildcard weekend instead of having home field advantage throughout the playoff. So, they could definitely use improvements at the cornerback position. But, frankly, the Saints are a really good team, though. So they're not a need-heavy team. They could possibly draft a linebacker, too. It's really about just filling out depth and improving the few positions that they need help with in order to really take their Super Bowl winning chances over the top instead of being just among a group of contenders.
Oh, okay. Is there anybody you would like to see?
Based on who's on the board still, frankly, it's partially because of my, local talent. Trayvon Diggs, cornerback from Alabama, would not be a pick that would make me sad by any means. I think that would be a quality option.
That's Stephon's brother, right?
Yes. And if they decide to go a different direction, they could draft Pat Queen, LSU guy, so he's local.
So wait, are you saying Diggs to the Vikings?
No, Saints.
To the Saints.
Oh, okay.
Although the Vikings could use him too.
That would be.
That would be quite
hilarious.
something.
No, but the most likely place I think for Trayvon Diggs in this draft is probably going to end up. I think he goes to the Chiefs later on. Evan was saying something, I didn't hear him.
I said, "What is on your head?" I'm looking at Melvin Gordon with his mock hairdo.
I thought you were talking to me. I was like, I think I look pretty good, but what's going on here? All right, so the Vikings pick is in. We're waiting for those shenanigans. It's been weird watching the draft without any sound on, so I can't really appreciate the goofiness of the virtual draft. But how have you guys liked it from your perspective?
It's funny because
so
early on I kept muting and then unmuting the TV coming into my headphones because it was distracting me from you guys. But as I've just kind of left it alone, I'm able to sort of tune it out to focus on what you guys are saying for the most part.
Yeah.
They're showing Kirk Cousins cooking the Saints.
Yeah.
Is that a pun with Dalvin Cook running the ball?
Yeah, they were showing Kirk Cousins hitting Thielen on that bomb in overtime to set up the game-winning touchdown.
That was a spectacular
Cousins
throw.
is a good player. I keep telling people this.
What a pass!
But you're preaching to the choir here. We all agree that Kirk Cousins is a pretty good quarterback.
I know I'm preaching to the choir here. Talking about other interactions I have off of our podcast.
Well, yeah, Kirk's got a lot of haters, and I understand why. Yeah. I mean, when you blow as many big games as Kirk has, you're gonna get it. It's hard to shake that reputation.
They got absolutely dominated in the divisional round.
Sean, I assure you, I am wearing pants. pretty sure Eric's wearing pants. He stood up and showed his 9. I can't speak for Evan.
I have gym shorts on.
Yeah, I've got gym shorts on
There
too.
you go. That counts.
Yeah.
He's wondering how many draftees and announcers aren't wearing pants. I think the draftees are safe because, like, they've got like cameras that are pretty far back away, showing the whole living room.
Yeah, the shot covers the whole room. There's no hiding from that. And Roger Goodell's doing the skull thing now with the virtual mic.
The eye in the sky don't lie. So
that's right. Pick is in. Selection is being made. Who you got, Roger? Justin Jefferson, wide receiver, LSU. So,
he's going to be really good.
Well, we're starting to see a little bit of a run on wide receivers here, Eric.
That's true. So Justin Jefferson's off the board. I'm not gonna lie, Evan. I've lost total track of SEC people. I've been too busy.
So have I.
Yeah, we'll go back.
Count it up at the end.
Yeah, because I'm still writing everybody's name down at least. So
I can count them up for you in just a second. I've got all the graphics and stuff, and I have the schools on them.
The New England Patriots have traded their first round pick to the Chargers, so the Patriots have traded out of that first round. I don't know what that means because they certainly didn't trade for any of the Chargers picks in the first round because the Chargers didn't have another pick in the first round. So
where did the Chargers trade up from? Because they might have traded up 10 spots.
Well, if they gave up a second round pick, then they almost certainly did.
Yeah. So SEC, we've got Joe Burrow from LSU. We've got Andrew Thomas from UGA. Tua Tagovailoa from Alabama. We got Derek Brown from Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
We've got C.J. Henderson from Florida. Jedrick Wills Jr. from Alabama. We've got Henry Ruggs III from Alabama. Javon Kinlaw from South Carolina. Jerry Jeudy from Alabama. Clavon Chazon from LSU. And then now we've got Justin Jefferson from LSU, so that's 11 so far.
Oh.
Okay. How many do we need for the bingo board?
15.
15. All right. 15 or more than 15?
15 or more.
Okay. So we only need 4 more.
Out of 8 picks. So,
yeah.
We're on track.
I mean, we're at 11 for 22 right now, so we're perfectly on pace.
Ratio. Yeah, so perfect.
Justin Jefferson's going to be really good. I watched his highlight video this afternoon. He's got a lot of wiggle to him. He's really good out of the slot, and he's great at sort of finding holes in the defense, and creating separation. So he's somebody I had on my list for the Ravens to get at 28, and this is disappointing.
So the Chargers pick is in. How ridiculous is it though that Justin Jefferson, first round pick for LSU, and he wasn't even the best receiver on his own college team. I mean that's just insane. Like Jamar Chase is going to be a first round pick next year without a doubt, and and then you got Thaddeus Moss who is in this draft too. He's obviously not a first round pick, but it'll be interesting to see where Randy's son ends up.
Oh yeah. Did you see in front of not Don Zimmer, Mike Zimmer's fireplace? He had the grate that said Zimmer Ridge Ranch.
Okay, so hold on. The Patriots got the Chargers' second round pick and their third round pick in that trade moving back. So
okay. They traded up 10 spots.
Yeah, easily. So that's a pretty big haul for the Patriots to get back, especially because they already have a lot of picks, in the second and third rounds. So
yeah, I mean, if they're not gonna take a quarterback here, then why not?
Or maybe they know that they could get a quarterback to their liking later on in the draft.
Maybe they don't care between Love and Fromm. There's one of them will fall to us.
Is Jake Fromm even the 5th best prospect though on the board? Is he even the best guy after?
I don't think so.
I don't think he is.
He doesn't have an arm.
I
mean, he has arms, but he doesn't have an arm.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, who are the Chargers?
After After Love, let me see, because I did write down some notes. I just need to find the file in my computer because I didn't pull it up.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the Chargers are doing here because I don't think there's some big prospect that's still on the board where they just absolutely had to trade up, but maybe they just really like somebody. I mean, they could use help on their offensive line as well, so maybe they're moving up to snatch a tackle.
Yeah, I put Jalen Hurts above Jake Fromm, and then I'm not even considering Jacob Eason as a draftable quarterback in my opinion.
Jacob Eason, he's not any good either.
Yeah.
He's another quarterback that figured out how to lose at home to Georgia Tech when he was at,
But like those are the only 7 remotely draftable players.
Yeah, Jacob Eason. He was a highly touted prospect. He's from Washington State, but he wasn't the guy. He actually lost his job to Jake Fromm.
Chargers pick is in.
Kenneth Murray, inside linebacker.
Oh, come on!
I know you wanted him, Evan. I had Ken Murray going to the Ravens in a mock that I did.
Oh, he's the number 1 guy I wanted. Jeez. Oh.
Hate to see it. Well, I mean, to be fair, the Ravens had still a lot more picks, and Ken Murray was definitely one of the highly touted linebacker prospects in the draft.
Incredible. Oh, my goodness. Ridiculously fast, a nose for the football, absolutely got after it. Just demolished people. And that Oklahoma defense was abysmal.
Well, so now I understand why the Chargers moved up. Kenneth Murray is an outstanding talent.
Come on!
It wasn't a position that I thought they needed help, but who the hell is going to say no to Kenneth Murray? I mean, come on, he's
someone who sucks. Please.
Well, the Saints are on the clock now, so we'll see.
Unbelievable.
Tough scene down there in Atlanta, Georgia for Evan. He's struggling with that one. So, Evan, since Kenneth Murray is off the board, what do you think about the other linebacker prospects like Patrick Queen and Zach Bond and guys like that? Who is your next best choice? Do you?
My next best guy was going to be Patrick Queen. I liked what I saw from him, but I liked Murray a little bit better. He seemed to have a nose for the football and causing chaos on defense. He seemed to tip a lot of passes and force fumbles and stuff, whereas Queen was much more disciplined. Murray sometimes would just be out of position, but then he was so fast and so aggressive that he would just make up for it.
Yeah, and in an Oklahoma defense, is there really any penalty for being out of position? Normally, when you're in position, you're 20 yards away from the guy catching the ball.
I mean, sort of in the run game. Ooh, the Chargers are going to be good. This isn't good. We're going to be competing with them. They're going to be a contender with these guys. I like Herbert and Murray. Jeez. Really, Chargers? Really?
Hey, you gotta give them credit, man. They made a move.
They did. And they made a good pick. I think they made a good pick. But I just, I wanted him for my team. That's all.
That's fair. So if the Ravens don't pick a linebacker, because I think that's their most urgent need, where else do you think they would go if they didn't do that?
Let's see. So I wrote on our sheet, definitely outside linebacker or edge, right? So I had after Murray and Queen, I had A.J. Epinesa from Iowa. He was just a wrecking machine. He didn't get pushed off the line in the run game, and he ate quarterbacks for breakfast. So, now that Burrow's in division, along with Roethlisberger coming back, in addition to Baker Mayfield, a lot of quarterbacks that need to be taken care of.
So Evan, what's our status on that bingo board so far? How are we doing?
I have 4 things crossed off. So I have a live shot of an empty Las Vegas. A team has a technical issue. A team trades up 10 or more spots, and fans booing.
What else do we need?
Well, let's see.
Just read all of them off.
Well, apparently I need to drop an F-bomb at some point.
Let's not do that on our first.
Yeah, I'm going to try to avoid that one.
Especially not when we were promoted by DeMatha Catholic High School. It'd be a bad look.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, they knew what they were getting into.
No, they didn't.
Maybe not.
Yeah, so let's see. The only things that are likely to happen, well, I mean, that still could happen. Eric says something that we have to bleep, but he has control over that. Evan's computer crashes.
So far, so good. Knock on wood.
We're hanging on in there. So, yes.
Cory, I demand, though, that you grab a beer or something to drink to at least increase the possibility of you spilling your drink.
I've been drinking this.
All right.
There's a top on it and stuff.
Okay, but does spilling imply that the liquid actually has to come out, or can you just knock it over?
I can knock it over.
He just has to knock it over.
But I haven't done that yet.
Well, help us out.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight.
Grab a beer if you insist.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight each one of our. If we have our quarter dozen fans still with us, I wanted to highlight each one of our sort of notorious blunders that we've had on the show. So my computer decides it's not going to work anymore, and Cory spills his drink, and Eric says something, and we have to go back and bleep out. But Jack on live, so
3 out of 5 of the edits we've had to make were directly because of me, and one of the other 5 was indirectly because of my family, because Greg showed up and said something he shouldn't have said.
It's like, oh.
And the other one was Cory. And
the other one was me because I spilled my drink.
You spilled your drink. Yeah, exactly. And then you tumbled over and spilled a whole bunch of other crap.
Some popcorn or something.
I had like a bunch of what is it? Fisher's popcorn,
Fisher's popcorn, with the caramelized popcorn.
That was a little less than halfway full of it, and I just spilled it all over the floor. I was like, really?
That stuff is great.
It is good. It's awesome. The Palucci's brought that for me when they went to the beach, the last time they went.
Ocean City,
and I wasted almost half of it, and I was so mad.
Yep, that was a.
I don't think I never had Fisher's popcorn before either, and I was like, oh wow, this is really good.
Yeah, it is good.
It's caramel corn. It's a little sweet for me to have a lot at a time, but that's a good thing for me. It helps me control how much I snack.
He said. The thing about Cracker Jacks is they got that candy or food got so much mileage for being taking me out to the ball game, and nobody actually eats it. Nobody cares about Cracker Jacks.
They sell
it's Cracker Jack, I believe.
Whatever. This is the point. It's a useless commodity, and yet it is a part of American culture because of the song.
Yeah. Your Saints have their pick in.
Yep, they do. I'm curious to see how this is going to go.
Oh man!
I do know that the Saints were insistent that they weren't going to try to draft the Drew Brees replacement this year. So I'd be surprised if they drafted Jordan Love or any other quarterback that came to mind.
With Taysom Hill, he's white Lamar Jackson, right?
Yeah, right. God. I mean, I love Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill's my boy, and he's a great player. But he's great at what he does now.
Right.
I don't need us to try to turn a 30-year-old, gadget player into the franchise quarterback. Give me a break. Yeah. He didn't even really play quarterback when he was in college. So
where did he even go to college?
I don't even know. I'll look it up. But he didn't really. He certainly was not a draft prospect. Saints pick is in. All right, let's wrap it up, but read it to me. With bated breath.
Breath is still bated.
Cesar Ruiz. He's a center from Michigan. So there's, and we got a crier. So you can.
They didn't put his name on the screen. I don't know how to spell it.
No, I saw it captioning. It's spelled like it sounds.
C-E-S-A-R?
No, it's like
C-E-S-A-R.
C-E-S-A-R, spelled like Hispanics, not like Romans.
Okay, and then R-U-I-Z, Center, Michigan.
Yeah, he's
4 out of 5 criers.
Very much a crier.
Oh, just C-E-S-A-R.
Yes, like Caesar Milan.
Yeah.
Not like Caesar salad.
Or Julius Caesar. Or
Caesar's Palace.
The real Caesar's Palace.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the Saints pick a interior lineman. How many interior linemen have we had drafted? Like I know that's the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I realize that obviously tackles can become guards in the NFL and vice versa, but this is the first guy that was billed as an interior lineman that's been drafted.
Some people were mocking him to the Ravens as well, with Marshall Yonda retired.
Yeah, I figured that the Ravens might want. I have offensive guard as a point of need for Baltimore. So
I put O-line on here, at least I meant to. I can't find it. Yeah, O-line.
All right, well, cool. The Saints get a center.
But we're now no longer on track for 15 SEC players.
We got time.
Yeah, we got time.
But we need 4 out of the last 6 now.
Oh.
I still think we're going to get there.
Are we going to get to 11:30? They've made
up some we're going to get to 11:30.
Yeah, they have made up a little bit of time, but we still got 8 picks, and it's 11:11 right now. So
speaking of, though, we're now at 3 hours and 15 minutes of streaming, which is awesome. But also, since the last time I updated you on how many drop frames we haven't had a single other drop frame. We're still at 697, which is less than 1% of our stream.
What are drop frames? What does that mean?
So we're streaming at like 48 frames per second.
Okay.
I set it there just because 60 frames per second might overload my CPU because I'm working on my laptop. But 48, I figured, why not try for it, and we're doing it. And but basically, so just we've dropped almost 700 frames total, but pretty much all of those came in the first half hour.
Yeah, the 60 frames per second is about the speed that Super Smash Brothers operates at.
Yeah.
So probably don't need to be that fast for a live stream.
No, like we could have gotten away with 30 probably, but I was just like, you know what? Why not? Let's go 48.
If you think they can, you're the guy in charge. So if you think your computer can handle it and the system can handle it, then do what you gotta do.
I also thought we'd see Roger Goodell wearing a hoodie or something. Something casual since he's
hoodie.
At home. Yeah.
But why a hoodie?
I don't know. He's in his house. Just a T-shirt, but he's got a suit jacket on and stuff.
Anybody else think that the Patriots traded out of the first round because Belichick doesn't want to be seen on his camera in the first round by millions of people?
I don't think. No.
I don't think
he's going to be on camera tomorrow night. Then.
Yeah, exactly.
There won't be as many people watching.
We'll be watching.
We will.
Maybe.
I mean,
Vikings have traded their pick to 49ers.
I'm going to at least have it on my TV.
So the 49ers have traded up. I assume they gave up their 31st pick to move up to 25 from the Vikings. So now the 49ers are on the clock. So let's see. SF4 has already made one pick tonight. It sounds like an airport code almost. Like you fly into. It's SFO for for San Francisco's airport, but it should be something they do. Mm-hmm. Like something you see on the New York Stock Exchange or something like that. SF4.
Oh, they're now. Does the time start over?
No, I don't think it starts over, but like they do give them some grace on it.
Oh.
It certainly takes longer for the pick to get processed overall because you have one more transaction you have to do.
Mm-hmm.
Little Shanny with his brood.
I actually got a little full screen shot of Eric and his neck beard.
It's not really a neck beard yet. It hasn't gotten that.
But
it's getting there, but it's not as bad as it was, before like back in early March when it was just full out. No shaving, no trimming, no nothing. Full on Grizzly Adams just to see how bad it could get. And I thought it was okay.
Looking to see if somebody does. Oh. We can see John Lynch's reflection of his computer screen in his window behind him.
Not looking at anything inappropriate, I hope.
Hopefully he didn't pull a break.
Well,
have some inappropriate tabs still on the computer when he shares a screen.
Well, I can't read it, but it looks like that's his board.
All right, so the 49ers are making their pick, or they have made their pick. Roger Goodell is telling us what the pick
some
is.
Weird discoloration on the top of our, or I was on Facebook, but it seems to be gone now. I don't know what that was.
So the 49ers have drafted Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State.
Okay.
I
didn't research him.
Yeah, he's not on my list here.
I only know his name because I saw his name on the near the top of the pronunciation guide for the 2020 draft class.
So did I get it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Ayuk.
Cool. Yes. Okay. So I didn't butcher that. I'm glad.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot you can't hear.
No, I can't.
Jeez,
so I'm
81-inch wingspan, and he's under 6 feet.
Yes,
That's crazy.
Yeah, so I expect to see him snatching some balls out of the air.
Yeah,
Wait, who just picked him?
It'll help you get a win with being under 6 feet as a wide receiver.
SF4 made that pick.
SF4.
All right, so the Dolphins are on the clock for the third time tonight, and in my opinion, they've knocked it out of the park their first 2 picks. I think they've done very well for themselves. It'll be interesting to see what they do with this third opportunity at it. I mean, at this point, they got their quarterback. They got an offensive lineman. So, what's next for them? They can still use more help on the O-line, too. It's not like they just needed 1 tackle and, life's great. But they could definitely use some help in the secondary as well.
I totally did some bad math before when I was talking about how many picks we had left to get the 4 more SEC. I was going off of 30, not 32. So we do still have 7 more picks after this.
Yeah, but this doesn't help. Arizona State's not in the SEC.
No, I know, but we still have 7 more picks after Brandon Ayuk to get 4 more. So I mean, that's better than the 4 out of 6 that I thought we needed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't teach math, so it's all good.
Yeah, but still,
my mom teaches math though.
Yeah.
Embarrassing her.
Well, see, and the thing is, normally I'd say, well, she didn't teach you, but she did teach you for a period of time.
Yes. Yeah,
it's bad.
Yes. It's not a good look, Cory. You're going to have to...
Sorry, Mom.
Yeah.
All right, so after the Dolphins make this pick, we've got the Seattle Seahawks, who are either going to trade the pick or draft a running back.
The Seahawks have not...
And both of those are on the bingo
drafted with their first pick of a draft since 2012.
That explains a lot.
We have a crier from whoever.
I've already marked that off.
IU.
What other possible things could be marked off of the bingo board today?
Let's see. 15 first-round players from the SEC, more defense and offense, 5 players cry. Somebody other than Roger Goodell announces a pick, Ravens straight back out of the first round. 32nd pick made after 11:30 p.m. We looked for that.
12 minutes away. That's going to happen.
A first-round running back, 4 first-round quarterbacks. I think that's pretty much it, though.
So we're still waiting on. I don't know if Jordan Love's getting drafted today.
Yeah, at this rate, I don't think so.
I don't see anybody unless somebody trades up. To get him. I don't see the need anymore because you got Miami, who already drafted Tua. Seattle, obviously, is good to go there. So is Baltimore. Tennessee just extended Ryan Tannehill, which is a smart move. Green Bay's got Aaron Rodgers for the foreseeable future. San Francisco's got Jimmy Garoppolo, and obviously Kansas City's got Mahomes. So
they didn't need a new quarterback. Mahomes,
hon.
I mean, Mahomes was clearly a terrible pick back in 2017 when everybody was saying, "What the hell are you doing picking him over Deshaun Watson?" So,
and not trading up to get Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah, well, because the Chiefs traded up to get Mahomes.
Yeah, and that's why I put the team trades up 10 spots on the board because I thought of the Mahomes deal. Somebody's gonna, make a big splash. Like we got to get our guy.
Well, Houston traded up that year to draft Watson as well. They moved up to 12. They took Cleveland's second, Cleveland's was that their second? first
All
rounder.
right, Cleveland was in the process of trading away picks that were turning into good quarterbacks. They also traded away the Carson Wentz pick.
Yes, they did.
While they were, running out Kaiser and Wheaton and whoever else.
Who was the quarterback for them? The year that they went 1-15. I know RG3 played a couple of games. No, they went 1-15 with a collection of QBs. Then they drafted Kaiser and went 0-16 with him.
Oh.
I'm gonna look it up.
That was such a wild period of time for the Browns. Like, and it's not like the Browns have
was last year any different with the not Kevin Kitchens, Freddie Kitchens experience?
I mean, it was
wild too. It was a different kind of wild.
But that was also because they had way more talent. So 2016 Browns went 1-15. Who got the most quarterback snaps? They had Cody Kessler started 8 games. He went 0-8. Josh McCown got 3 starts. He went 0-3. And Robert Griffin III started 5 games. He went 1-4.
Oh my goodness!
Now Cody Kessler actually put up,
I forgot about RG3 in that team.
And Cody Kessler actually put up not awful numbers. His pass rating was 92.3. His adjusted net yards per attempt was 5.88, which was a little bit below the league average, but not drastically. It wasn't nearly as bad as RG3's 3.86. So Cody Kessler was. I remember people were actually talking Cody Kessler up a little bit after that season, saying, he played pretty good given the circumstances, and they were probably right. But he's also Cody Kessler, so
yeah. Cody Kessler, he was okay at best in college. I think he was at USC.
He was all right.
Correctly, yeah, he was. Like, was that Larry David? He's like,
yeah, exactly. USC quarterbacks have people have caught up to them finally. I think now Sam Darnold might prove to be yet another one, but after Matt Barkley did absolutely nothing, and Mark
Sanchez, Matt Leinart,
jeez, just absolute insanity. So we got the clock winding down on the Dolphins with only 50 seconds left. Maybe they decide to pack it up and go to the beach because that's what they do in Florida, even though there's a pandemic going on. They traded the pick to the Packers, so the Packers moved up, I presume, from the 30th pick to 26th. And it makes sense. Miami had 2 picks already. They've got additional picks, so nothing wrong with playing with what you got.
Mm-hmm.
The Packers, they're showing Jordan Love right now, which doesn't make any sense.
Ooh. It doesn't make sense, but ooh.
Yeah, why? They've committed to Aaron Rodgers for at least 3 years.
Well, Jordan Love's a bit of a project.
Is he that much of a project, though?
Aaron Rodgers sort of was, I guess, because
he sat for 3 years.
That was because Brett Favre would not retire.
They had to get rid of him.
They had to get rid of him. And the thing is, if you're Aaron Rodgers and you're going to be 37 years old and your team hasn't won the Super Bowl since 2010, and your team's drafting your replacement instead of helping build your roster,
he's going to be salty.
He would definitely be salty, and I wouldn't blame him. So the Packers pick is in. They got a nice shot of Matt LaFleur looking somewhat profesh with the Green Bay Packers background. And they got Brian.
How is his hair still that short?
Maybe he cut
a haircut. I'm not going to go protest about it, though.
Oh, you're not? You're not going to come to Georgia tomorrow? I think barbershops are opening tomorrow.
Your roots aren't coming in yet, Cory?
My roots?
Yeah, even the lady in Michigan was complaining that her gray hair roots were coming in because she couldn't get her hair done. And somebody actually, went to the tape with Hugh Jackson on that one, and they said that, given how quickly, women's hair grows, her roots were, really exposed. And it's she was like, yeah, based on the math of how quickly hair grows, you haven't gotten your hair done since October. So, All right, so the pick is in. Roger Goodell's reading the Packers pick. And
so you're not even mad that you're not going. You're mad just because you don't have the option.
Oh my God! They drafted Jordan Love.
Whoa!
What? Wow! Why? Why? Why would you trade up to do that?
Are you serious?
What the? Why? Like, nobody else was going to pick him.
No.
Like, did they think somebody was going to beat them to the punch? They already have Aaron Rodgers. Wow. Oh,
That is
What?
that's if you wanted to see something truly shocking, you included that in the bingo card. This is it. This qualifies. The Packers trade up to draft Aaron Rodgers' replacement.
Oh
What
my
the hell?
goodness. All right, so that is a let's see. Where is it? Four
Wow.
quarterbacks. Here. Oh, here it is.
whew, that's
That's
That is
insane. I mean, but what does that say though? Like if you're Aaron Rodgers, how do you feel about this?
not happy.
I can't imagine he's happy. I mean, this says a lot about not only like this says that one, the Packers aren't they're not clearly in win now mode seemingly, and two, they're basically telling Aaron Rodgers, yeah, we think you're done soon.
Then why'd they pay him $100 million?
I mean, whatever.
That doesn't make sense to me. This is weird.
Maybe-
I don't know how to react to this. This is just like this is one of the most bizarre things I've seen in the draft in my lifetime.
Maybe I don't know. The only thing that I can think of, and it's really stupid, is maybe they're hoping that they saw that the Patriots drafted Jimmy Garoppolo, and seemingly after that, after Brady had that terrible game against Kansas City and Jimmy G went in the game and played pretty well, that seemed to light a fire under Tom Brady, and he went on this run where he won 3 Super Bowls. And
So they're going to draft a quarterback in order
Yeah,
to
to
light a
get
fire under their current quarterback and not play this quarterback, really.
That's foolish.
I said it was stupid.
You did.
Oh,
You
yeah.
did. You did.
I prefaced it with this is a really stupid idea.
You did.
Because nothing else makes any sense. It's
No, and why would you
That
draft a
doesn't
guy?
even make sense.
Like what if you drafted a guy who's like, oh, I'm going to draft him and we're going to try to trade him? Like that's silly. Even in fantasy football, you don't do that.
No. I mean,
The
This
player is less
baffling.
valuable than the draft pick today, because like the draft pick can be anything. It can even be Jordan Love.
very good, Peter Griffin.
I don't get that either. I
Oh,
don't know me long enough to know. I just miss.
and this hurts our chances of pulling off the SEC thing, which is
Yes,
the most important thing right now.
and the defensive players thing.
How many defensive players have been picked?
I have no idea.
Let's go back and look at that too.
We'll have to look at the tape.
Yep.
Steve Jackson under.
So we're still at 11 SEC players. As for defensive players, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh, so we're
So
screwed there.
the best we can do is equal.
I mean, yeah,
Best we can do is equal.
is 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it would have to be all defense from here on out. Don't
We
think
need-
that's happening.
We need one more crying player as well.
I thought we got a fifth one.
No, I only got 4.
Who was your last one?
I have no idea.
Because I thought I saw a fifth guy crying.
Oh,
We may have to go back on the tape on that one, but that's gonna be hard to do. 'cause-
Yeah, I'm not recording
You
the
have to
draft, I'm
rewatch
recording
the whole
our
thing?
podcast.
I mean, maybe somebody that takes prop bets has something like that, and we can figure that out.
Maybe.
oh yeah.
So Jordan Love's being interviewed by Susie Colbert now. I can't hear any of it, and I'm not trying to read the closed captioning. So I'll let you guys comment on that if you think it's worthwhile.
I can't hear him either because I hear you.
My goodness.
What is creaking?
I
that's
miss,
me.
I miss the meat and potatoes of it.
That was me running my foot down the leg of this table, and it made that noise. I can't believe
I
this
still hear it.
Yes.
picks up everything. Then, man, like your head's in like I was etching crap into stone.
Yeah, no, like well, part of it is that your computer is on the table and it's your computer microphone that's picking it up.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
Yeah, so like it's catching the vibration.
Well, that's what sound is. So.
Yeah, but it's not really.
But like what I'm saying is like the vibration is
I
traveling through a
understand.
solid object. It doesn't have to
I
travel
get
through
the
the air.
physics of it, Corey. I'm aware of it,
Okay.
but still, it's still. It's probably the same thing with the paper. So the Seahawks pick is in. Please be a running
not
back.
trading it.
It
No, we
appears
need
like
a defensive player.
that we're screwed, but that one's not going to happen.
I don't think we're going to get a running back in the first round.
I mean, we shouldn't, but the Seahawks love to do that. So
Yeah.
they love to not pick linemen, even though they always need them.
Especially for how much they run the ball.
All right, so Trey Wingo's talking about some stuff. Probably talking about Aaron Rodgers, and Brett Favre, and all that jazz.
He's talking about Jordan Love's father who committed suicide.
Oh, well, that's obviously that's very sad.
Yep. Trey Wingo over boogied. There's a technical issue. They were going to do a special message, and then they had to postpone it. So if the earlier one doesn't technically count, this one definitely does. So we're good on that one.
Yeah, this is a no doubter.
No. Nope, no special message.
What?
We got to. Oh, are they actually going to make the pick right now, or do we have another minute?
I mean, it's 11:31, by the way, so that is.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Thanks for noticing
we
that.
Still got 6 more picks to go.
It's actually 11:32, so we might not. We're not going to be out here till midnight.
So let's talk. Let's talk team needs, just overall for the draft. Starting with your Ravens, Evan. What do you think the Ravens need to focus on getting, not just with the 28th picks coming up next, but throughout the other 6 rounds?
Certainly inside linebacker, because the playoff game was an absolute disaster and sort of revealed that the interior of our defense is really soft and squishy. So the front, the defensive linemen were good, and the secondary was the best in the league. But those linebackers, man, oh boy.
So what you're saying is that you would have been well served to have C.J. Mosley on the team.
Yeah, but he got paid too much money to go to the Jets.
Would you rather pay him too much money, or would you rather have Derrick Henry run it down your throat?
Well, I mean, that's true, but if you pay C.J. Mosley too much money, that means there's some money being taken from somewhere else.
So how do you feel about? I know your secondary was really good, or Baltimore secondary was great, but Earl Thomas is a little old.
Yeah.
Do you think he needs to be replaced soon?
I think so too.
I mean, because he was made to look very silly by Derrick Henry as well.
Yes.
He got clowned twice in that game.
The guy I love, who I'm surprised isn't even consideration for the first round, it's Grant Delpit out of LSU. He's a safety. And if he had come out after the 2018 season, he would have been the top 10 pick, but he didn't have a great year this year. But
yeah, I've got him on my list. I've got him and Xavier McKinley from Alabama. So
yeah, oh my goodness, Grant Delpit was spectacular.
Right, so Seahawks are Roger Goodell's reading their pick now. It is Jordan Brooks, inside linebacker from Texas Tech.
Texas Tech.
Well, that keeps the defensive players in play, barely.
Okay.
But it's compromising the SEC one.
It is. We still need 4 more, and now we really only have 5 picks left.
All right, Ravens, you got to do the right thing.
I think it's going to be Patrick Queen.
Well, Patrick Queen would be a good pick for them.
Yeah. Or A.J. Epinesa. I want either of those 2 guys. But it's probably going to be somebody I've never heard of.
I'm rooting for Patrick Queen because A.J. Epinesa is a Big Ten guy. So it's all about the bingo card.
It's all about the bingo winning championships.
But you agree that Patrick
Get the
King was a good
quarterback.
pick.
Yes.
You could do both. Why not both?
I mean, the pass rush was so bad. You can only generate pass rush from blitzing, and Epinesa just moves people out of the way. So
we'll see what happens. They're on the clock now.
But I'd be happy with Queen as well. Also, what's on the bingo card is Ravens trade out of the first round. So that frustrated me when I was in college because we'd always be picking, 25, 26, 27, and then I'd stay up super late, and it was finals the next week, and Ozzy trades the pick.
Well, didn't last year? I seem to recall the Ravens traded out of the first round and then traded back into it to draft Lamar 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Because I remember thinking, I was like, I thought the Ravens were going to get him, and then they got rid of their pick, and I was like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought the Patriots were going to get him, and then I saw the Patriots traded it. I was like, okay, so now the Ravens. Yeah, so that was a nice little slick move that the Ravens pulled there to get back in.
Did I misspell Jordan Brooks? I could have sworn it said Jordan on the screen.
It was a Y.
It was a Y?
Y, yeah.
Then I need to fix that.
Did somebody call you out on it?
No, I was on Twitter and I noticed somebody wrote his name and it said Jordan with a Y, and I knew that I hadn't written it with a Y, so I need to fix that.
All right, so Ravens are on the clock. We're going to do a commercial.
On the clock. We're going to commercial. Oh, jeez. I'm on. Oh.
Come on, what?
It's been a long day.
Come on, what?
I'm tired of waiting for this pick. It's been hours.
What else are you going to do? Sleep? Come on.
Well, that's the thing. Back in the 2018 draft, I saw the Ravens. We did some moving and shaking, trading up and down, and we made the Hayden Hurst pick, and I went to bed. I'm like, well, we made the pick. It's getting late. I got to work in the morning, going to bed. And then I wake up in the morning, and my phone has got all of these messages and tweets and ESPN alerts and stuff that the Ravens have drafted Lamar Jackson. What? Oh, my goodness. I did not expect that at all. I say it worked out pretty good.
It's going to be on Madden this year. How are you feeling about that?
Utterly terrified.
So what else do you think the Ravens need besides inside linebacker help?
Edge. So pass rush was a big issue. We couldn't generate any pass rush without blitzing. So, if we can generate pass rush rushing 4, that would be nice. Let's see. And then receivers always an issue with the Ravens. It seems to be sort of built into the Ravens. We need help at receiver. And then I said offensive line because Marshall Yonda retired. Matt Skura, the center, had a horrible knee injury in the Rams game. Apparently he tore ACL, MCL, PCL, something else, and something else. So it's up for debate as to whether he's going to be 100% ready to go for the season to start. His backup, Patrick McCary, was pretty good, but we might need some offensive line. Depends on how, Ben Powers or the other guy from the guy who proposed to his wife after Tua threw the game-winning touchdown pass in the national championship game.
Yeah, I remember that.
Bradley Bozeman. He's been a backup interior lineman. So those are the spots for me: inside linebacker, edge rusher, offensive line, and wide receiver.
So I know, Eric, you prepared sort of a list of needs for all 32 teams. Have you been crossing out needs as they've been addressed by those teams?
I mean,
I was just going to ask, because if you haven't, maybe you'd like to do that real quick so we can talk a little bit about what teams need going forward while I talk about the Redskins real quick. Because to me, the biggest need for Washington is defensive back, safety and cornerback, to be quite honest. But especially cornerback with Josh Norman done and with Quentin Dunbar in Seattle now. The Redskins need some help at the defensive back position. Offensive line is always a place of need for the Redskins, at least for depth. But Trent Williams at this point, it's pretty much guaranteed he's not playing for Washington in 2020. He's going to be somewhere else. So a left tackle maybe would have been nice. Like, honestly, part of me would have loved to see the Redskins try and trade some later picks to move up and get somebody like Wills, or not Wills, but
Tristan Wirfs.
Yeah, Tristan Wirfs, who went at
Grant
10,
Delpit.
or even I really liked his name is slipping me now all of a sudden, but we got Calais Campbell on TV. I want to listen to this real quick.
Was he gonna make the pick?
So he's not actually announcing it. He was just doing an intro. That was cool, though.
Yeah, Roger
Tristan Wirfs or Mekhi Becton. I would have loved to see the Redskins. I mean, I would have given up some trade capital or some draft capital to come up and get one of them along with Chase Young.
Yeah, fair enough. So Goodell's announcing the pick now, so I'll kind of answer a little bit of your pretty heavy question. Hey, your boy Patrick Queen, Evan.
Oh, okay.
You're content, but not totally happy.
There's an SEC. That's 12 SEC now.
That's true. That's something. Yeah. But you got a nice player. So anyway, to answer Corey's question, I guess since I still have my shocked face on after the Packers drafted Jordan Love. With the Packers, I kind of actually expected them to help retool their offensive weaponry. I mean, they've got what am I doing right now? They got Devontae Adams, but they didn't really have great receiver depth. They made use of what they had, and it seems like the Packers always have these unheralded guys that are able to make great catches on Aaron Rodgers' missiles that he throws.
I heard that too, Evan.
Unheralded?
Did I say? What did I say?
You said unheralded.
Unheralded.
Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, I expected them to do that, maybe draft a tight end because they gave up Jimmy Graham, who really wasn't very productive for them anyway. And then instead of doing that, they go and draft a quarterback. So they still have needs at the skill positions, I think, to beef up their depth there and to give their current starting quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, a little bit more to work with.
That's going to be a soap opera.
Oh, man. You can already I don't even know what to do with that. I'm so glad I'm not a Packers fan because I
would be having if I were a Packers fan, what is it with teams that were green, right? It's the Eagles and the Jets, and now the Packers are just making, what in the world are they doing?
Couldn't tell you. But to get to some of the other teams, I guess I'll talk Miami because they've had the most to do today.
Yeah.
I think they addressed the offensive tackle position and obviously the quarterback, but they could still use help on the interior offensive line. Their entire offensive line unit was a struggle last year, and giving up Minkah Fitzpatrick, they still have to replace him at safety. So there's some effort to restock the cupboard in their defensive backfield. I guess I'm just going down the list. Detroit, I had all kinds of needs for them, but they addressed their biggest, which was at the cornerback position. They still need a lot of help on their front four. They still could use a pass rusher. They could use interior defensive tackles to help beef up their run-stopping efforts. I mean, their defense has just been a train wreck under Matt Patricia the last 2 years.
He's a defensive guy.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when Jim Schwartz was there, and he was quite heralded as a as a defensive tackle, as a defensive coach, and then he goes there and the defense just sucks forever.
It's a good thing our title for this show is probably just going to be 2020 NFL Draft, because otherwise that could be our title.
Or SF4, you never know. You can throw whatever you want on there. I guess Cory addressed the Redskins pretty thoroughly.
I mean, the Redskins could also use some wide receiver help, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I had wide receiver as a need for them too.
I mean,
but
I like sorry, I'm gonna brain fart on his name.
Chase Young.
No, wide receiver.
Which one?
McLaurin.
Yeah.
I like McLaurin, but he's not like a real wide receiver one yet, and I don't really like what the Redskins have behind him. Is Paul Richardson even still on the team?
Who cares?
He's not doing anything for them.
What difference does it make? He sucks.
Sims isn't special or anything. So definitely wide receiver is a position that I'd like to see Washington address over the course of the rest of this draft.
There's Acosta's son crying.
It's definitely a big position of need for Washington.
What was that, Evan, about Eric DeCosta's son?
His son is crying for some reason. He's like 4 years old because he's all sad and rubbing his
face. Can you put that down as a crying thing? Or does it have to be a player? Okay.
Wait. What is the guy behind Mike Vrabel wearing?
Evans, it's late and Evan's noticing things now, so
yeah.
Anyway, so the Bengals, obviously they got their guy Joe Burrow. We all think very highly of him. They could use help with their offensive lineman situation as well, but they're going to have an early second-round pick to be able to address that tomorrow if they don't decide to move up in the next few picks, which it doesn't seem like they're going to. The Giants, they drafted an offensive tackle, which, is a need for them, but they still need a ton of help on defense.
Their defense is awful.
Yeah, and it didn't get any better by making the offensive tackle the fourth pick. And, Andrew Thomas is a good prospect.
Yeah, well, that's because Dave Gettleman couldn't, get a real feel and smell of the players.
That's right. He needs to catch a good whiff before he decides
What is the guy behind Mike Vrabel wearing?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention again.
He's wearing a Frozone costume.
Hey, Frozone's awesome.
And then the guy on his other side's got a mullet.
I mean, I'm not surprised that somebody that hangs out with Mike Vrabel has a mullet. I'm more surprised that Mike Vrabel doesn't have a mullet. Titans pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
They're talking to Kurt Warner. Now we get back to Trey Wingo. Yada, yada, yada.
Warner has a lot of interesting stuff behind him. He's got his Hall of Fame bust, a Lombardi Trophy, and a Walter Payton Man of the Year award.
Yeah, they just cut back to Vrabel's review.
What is the guy wearing?
It looks like something the Titans would wear underneath their uniforms when it's really cold.
Yeah, one of those,
unisuits or whatever. Yeah,
looking things.
All right, so Goodell's announcing the pick. I don't really know where.
That is a team broadcasting something they shouldn't, because this looks ridiculous. What's going on in the corner? Somebody's sitting on a toilet. I saw that.
All right, so Isaiah Wilson, an offensive tackle from Georgia.
He's crying. He's
crying.
Yes, we got our fifth one.
And that's also now another SEC player.
Yes, indeed.
So we're now out of the running for defensive players. We won't get 16 of them. But we're still in the running for SEC players. I think we need 2 more out of these last 3.
That seems quite doable. So the Miami Dolphins are on the clock again after they traded back. They traded their 26th pick to the Packers, who wasted it. Good job for the Dolphins. They fleeced the Packers. Or at least the Packers fleeced themselves. I mean, let's be honest here. That's the highlight of the draft. Like, I'm sorry. That is the talking
definitely.
point of the draft. Nothing else really matters compared to that. That's insanity. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on the Packers Reddit page and see what they have to say. I love doing that after something like this happens.
Oh, come on. Just not the highlights against Georgia Tech, please. Just, oh, I didn't even watch that game. Oh.
Draft games for day one. There we go.
A lowercase the UGA again for you, Evan.
Thank you.
The top-rated comments on the Packers pages. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Day is ruined. Your day is ruined. Just today is ruined.
Well, it's still time. The first reply to that is who TF. See, not going to drop the F-bomb on the show. Let Ted Thompson back in the draft room. Oh, man.
What's going on?
Wow. Just unbelievable. It's going to be interesting to hear what the people have to say about that one on the TV shows with the talking heads.
I mean, that's all there is now.
There's a sneeze.
Didn't have that on the board.
I know, it's disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
Dolphins.
I didn't realize Jordan Love threw 19 interceptions last year.
He was a turnover machine, but what happened was, like, all of his good offensive teammates all graduated, so, like, he didn't really have anybody to throw to, but he was still taking responsibility for throwing all those picks. But, yeah, he turned the ball over a lot.
He was playing at Utah State. I mean,
yeah.
What's his competition like? I mean,
they played against a couple top teams in those sort of paycheck games or whatever.
Oh, man.
We're on these commercials. And they're all sad commercials.
Yeah, I'm not paying any attention to the commercials. I'm just flipping through the. I'm getting enough Factory of Sadness action here on the Packers Reddit page.
What else do we got in there?
Oh, man. Let's see. Yikes, and they traded for him. Yeah, they did. Oh, man. There's one guy who's trying to rationalize this. I mean, there's only one quarterback on the roster, and he's 36. I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. Oh, man.
That's a good point.
Somebody asked the question, can he catch the ball?
You catch the ball. Well, they don't have. They have Devontae Adams. Then they have people like Equinemius St. Brown and stuff.
Or Cory's boy Valdez Scantling or whatever.
Yes, Marquez Valdez Scantling.
Marquez Valdez Scantling.
Yes. I always get
because they love talking about him on Good Morning Football.
Yeah, I know. That's the only reason why I brought it up. I understood that's why you liked him. I knew it had nothing to do with his ability as a football player, or anything personally about him. Just he's got a fun name.
About him personally.
You know he's got a fun name.
He does have a fun name.
Oh man.
Hyphenated names are awesome. Not all the players are great. Darius Hayward-Bay.
Darius Hayward-Bay.
Hey, leave Darius Hayward-Bay alone.
He was the first wide receiver taken in his draft.
Well, you made Michael Crabtree hold out for months.
That's because Al Davis is nuts. I mean, Michael Crabtree didn't live up to the hype that there was Michael Crabtree, but he was a hell of a lot better than Darius Hayward-Bay. Al Davis was like, Darius Hayward-Bay ran a 4.2 5.40. Pick him, man. That was it. He can run fast in a straight line. Couldn't catch. Had no field awareness. Yeah, wasn't tough.
He was like Ronaldo Nehemiah back in the day with the 49ers. He's faster than everybody else alive, but couldn't catch. When he did catch the ball, it was a touchdown every time, but couldn't catch.
I mean, Darius Hayward-Bay was was great at Maryland. Like he just because
Oh, yeah,
all
he
you had to
was.
do was be fast. Like just fly by everybody.
Yeah.
But I feel like
At the
I
pro
feel like
level, you have to be a complete player. Like you can't just be fast or just be big.
yeah, like I feel like when Torrey Smith was at Maryland, people kind of compared him to Darius Hayward-Bay because he would just cook people deep. I'm like, nah, Darius Hayward-Bay couldn't run routes. Torrey Smith could run routes. He was an effective overall receiver. He could go to the pros and be more than just a guy that flies down the field. Although that is what he did best.
Mm-hmm. That's Super Bowl champion, Torrey Smith.
That's right. 2 times. Wasn't he 2 times?
Yeah, he
All
was.
right, so Eric, Dolphins pick is in. Who do you think they got?
Oh, geez. You're putting me on the spot. I'm going to go with
We're live, so yeah.
I'm going with Grant Delpit. That's my pick.
Grant
Just throwing it out there.
Delpit, position, school.
Safety from LSU.
Well, that would help us with the SEC thing.
But it's the guy I want for the Ravens, though.
Because I think they're taking a safety, and I'm going with Grant Delpit because Evan sized him. It could be Xavier McKinley, too.
Oh, man. Big Grant Delpit fan right here.
He's got a fun name. LSU's got a lot of people on the defensive end of the draft. I didn't expect that because their offense was so good.
Their defense was legit.
It
was at the beginning of the year, but
that was definitely the more beatable side of the ball for them, though, this year. So it's just like, wow, they still had a ton of NFL prospects on that end of the field, which explains why they kicked the crap out of everybody.
Everybody.
Reminds me of the Florida State 2013 team where they just had every position was loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Even with Kelvin Benjamin, who was, one
Popeye's biscuit away from the tight end.
All right, so the Dolphins pick is in. They're showing Jonathan Taylor. I doubt they're going to pick him or J.K. Dobbins. If they do, then that's just going to disappoint me because I've been giving them credit all night. We'll see what happens here. These headphones are very clutch. I would have gotten tired of the other ones like 3 hours ago.
What? Oh, did you just order those and get them?
No, I knew that I had a pair somewhere, and I found it.
Nice. Yeah, no, I could not deal with earbuds for this long.
I would have given up.
Normally I prefer earbuds, but for this long, no way.
I don't prefer earbuds because my ear hole isn't shaped like that. Like it just falls right out.
Well, I have the ones that like they
with the little squishy part that goes in your ear. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't wear Apple earphones.
Those AirPods.
That's part of the reasons why I haven't gotten the AirPods because I assume they're shaped similarly and they just don't work for me. They don't stay in my ear. I would lose my AirPods. I don't know how they stay in people's ears.
I don't know how people can exercise with those in.
Right, you're running around and they're staying in. How? Yeah, my ears get sweaty. My ears get sweaty and oily.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen to cause that thing to fall out.
Mm-hmm. And it's gone. The pick is in, and we're still waiting.
We are officially guaranteed to move past midnight.
Yes.
I should have put midnight on here. Make it a little more interesting.
4 hours of podcasting tonight.
This is a long podcast, even for us.
We had a show title.
If we had used the other website that we tried 2 weeks ago, we would have been out of free time by now between testing and actually doing this.
The website sucked, so
yeah, it did.
It even worked. All right, so Goodell's here to announce the pick.
And I'm sure with 2 weeks I could have figured out how to make it work, but why bother? Mm-hmm. This is working great.
Noah, oh God, I can't pronounce that. Igbino, I'm not even gonna try. He's from Auburn though, so chalk up another SEC guy. Do you have the pronunciation card for this guy? Because I can't.
I'll get it in a second. Let me just
not even gonna try.
Update this and I'll get it.
Okay, so the Dolphins went corner. Thank you, Evan.
Clutch, yeah, Evan. Both of his parents are Olympians. Do you guys? I don't know if you guys played Madden that much back in the day, but I remember back when you could choose your parents, and you could choose to have a mom and a dad who were both Olympians. That was a thing in Madden. Why did they take that away?
Because it's stupid. Who cares?
Oh, so it was for your superstar player, if you were playing as one person. It had some effect on your stats going in. Like if you had parents who were Olympians, then you were gonna be fast.
Okay. And if your dad was a computer science guy,
You were really smart.
So you're gonna be like an awesome quarterback. Is that the way it works?
Pretty much.
Yeah. All right, so the Vikings pick is in, so we're actually speeding up the process, but it is officially midnight, so happy Friday, everybody.
Yes.
You're still with us.
4 hours of podcasting, guys. How about that?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, indeedy.
I feel like we should put something in the podcast
Happy
here
Friday.
so somebody can let us know that they made it to the end. But this isn't even the end. We still got housekeeping stuff to do. Should go through the Twitter handles again. So if you're still holding on after 4 hours, please let us know on Twitter at Sportsballers18.
Well, I know my mother said goodnight about 5 to 10 minutes ago, but she was watching. I know my dad was watching quite a bit tonight. I'm sure he's probably in bed by now. Rashonda was watching for a while. She's in bed.
All right, do we think the Vikings might try to grab a receiver here? No, they already drafted one, didn't they? They got didn't they draft Justin Jefferson or something?
It's weird. The image on my laptop, like watching the stream on Facebook, is really blurry, but on my old iPad, it's crystal clear. It's like a Gen 1 or Gen 2 iPad.
Oh wow.
If somebody asked the question,
the Facebook app for this iPad barely even works. Patrice Stubbs is still here.
Oh, that's my aunt. Yes.
Yeah, thank you for watching.
Thank you so much for watching.
I would have repeated her last question to you, but you were already in the process of asking it. She was asking who your second choice was after one of your players for the Ravens got drafted, but Eric had already asked.
Queen. Yeah. I had Queen on here.
So, I had something and it's gone. Hate that. That's the worst. Wow.
Trey Wiggles looking tired.
I mean, I don't blame him. I'm tired.
Yeah. I don't know how the people who do like the election coverage, they're on live TV like all night long.
Yeah, till 3 a.m.
You know,
they don't sleep, yawn or anything.
They sleep until like 5 p.m. the day of.
Oh. Okay.
Vikings draft Jeff Gladney from TCU, cornerback. So it's not the SEC, so it doesn't help that.
Well, then the last pick has to be SEC. We are right at 14.
Trayvon Diggs. Do it. You know you want to. You need a corner. What other corners are still on the board? Yeah, Trayvon Diggs. Just draft him.
What does the Chiefs even need?
They can use some help at corner.
I mean, everybody's drafting corners. Everybody. Like Oprah. You get a corner. You get a corner. You get a corner.
Maybe the Chiefs will get a little frisky and draft a running back because they need a running back.
And we need a running back on this bingo card.
So who's the SEC running back to help us stick this landing?
Ooh.
Doesn't Georgia have a decent running back?
Yes.
DeAndre Swift.
DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, so there you go.
Problem solved.
I guess.
I'm thrilled about the idea of a Georgia running back finishing off the show.
No.
I can't see the Chiefs feeling compelled to draft a running back. They did okay.
They're too smart to do that.
Yeah, their defense is still their weak point. I mean, they can light anybody up regardless of who's in the backfield.
Yeah.
Somebody could trade up. You never know.
That's true.
We still need Patrick Mahomes to make a pick.
Yeah, he should announce it.
Or somebody from the Chiefs brass needs to announce this pick, not Roger Goodell.
Yes.
There's Andy Reid rocking a Hawaiian shirt. I love it.
I think it's funny how he's been nicknamed Big Red. He's a He's a big fella. He wears the red sweatshirt.
Yep. Now they're showing Mahomes.
I mean, the clock is ticking.
Let's see what happens here. We got 5 minutes until they have to make it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that Mahomes guy turned out to be pretty good.
He did. He sure did.
He made sure to let the Bears know that they let him fall to number 10.
Oh, okay. What were you doing with your fingers there?
When the Chiefs played the Bears, was that a Monday night game?
I think so.
Yeah, and Mahomes threw a tutty or did something spectacular because he's Patrick Mahomes. He made sure to hold up 10 fingers to let everybody know that he was the 10th pick in the draft in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the Bears were out there just limping along with Mitch Trubisky.
Mitch Trubisky. He wasn't even that good at North Carolina. Like, he was okay.
He couldn't dominate the ACC.
Yeah, he couldn't dominate the coastal division of the ACC.
Yeah.
Right? You don't play Clemson and Florida State every year. Well, you kind of want to play Florida State. No, they're a mess.
Yeah.
So while we wait for this final pick of the first round to come in, another quick reminder to whoever is still with us on Facebook. First of all, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate all of your support, and this is something we'd like to do on a regular basis. It may not always be live. We'll probably save that for more major events like this.
The next time there is a sporting event.
But we would love to continue doing video, and those videos would go up on YouTube. You'll be able to see them on our Facebook page as well. But that's where that'll be. You can like us on Twitter at Sportsballers18. You can also like each of us, follow us each of us individually and converse with us at Cory Puffett, at at Quagmire6791, and at Evan_Ash13.
This is only the 87th episode, Cory.
Yeah, this is only the 87th episode of our podcast. Eric's a fun follow on Twitter. He tends to get in some Twitter beefs from time to time with people, and that's always enjoyable.
I've been trying to up it on the the hot takes on Twitter. Like, if I have an opinionated opinion.
And I've become much more active over the course of the run of our show. I don't necessarily tweet a ton through my account, but I do tweet some, and I like and retweet things as I see them. So, but yeah, I mean, definitely continue to interact with us. Make sure that you like our Facebook page before you leave tonight, so that you are notified anytime that we do go live, anytime new posts come up, when we post the links to new podcast episodes. You can subscribe to us on iTunes, Spotify, and Google Play. You can also subscribe to us directly on SoundCloud, which is our host site. We upload there, and then it gets pushed to other RSS feeds. If you prefer a different podcast service, let us know. We can take a look at it, and if it's not anything too difficult, we can if it's simply adding the RSS feed to SoundCloud as something to push it to, we can definitely do that.
You should add Spotify.
Chiefs pick is in, so we're just waiting for that at this point.
12:08, baby. It took him like 15 minutes just to get the first pick off the board anyway, so it's like...
Yeah, there's a whole lot of milling around.
Yeah. Well, we had plenty to talk about at the top of the show. If you have not seen the interviews that I did with 4 of DeMatha's draft prospects leading to this draft, none of those 4 have been drafted today. We did try to get a hold of Chase Young, but he's just a busy man right now. He's the 2nd overall pick today. Congratulations to our DeMatha brother, Chase Young. But take a look at those other interviews over on DM Stags TV on YouTube. We've got Tino Ellis, the cornerback from the University of Maryland. Anthony McFarland, the running back from the University of Maryland. Temple defensive end, DeAndre Kelly. And NC State defensive end, Deontay Holden. All of those are on the DM Stags TV channel over on YouTube. That's another channel that I run for DeMatha for their broadcast stuff.
Still waiting on this last pick. They're now showing an aerial shot of wherever. Now we got Roger coming on here. He's holding up a jersey with the number 1 on it. Man, you're not gonna have somebody else make the pick. That's just tawdry.
I thought sure somebody would guest announce the pick. Thought that was a slam dunk to happen.
There's LSU. There's another.
Yes, and it's a running back. It's a running back. Yeah, they did it. They went and they picked a running.
So a running back and our 15th SEC player.
But I don't know. I just thought DeAndre Swift was a better player. But hey,
no, Clyde Edwards-Helaire is the real deal. He's just short.
He is. No, there's no doubt he's a great player. But
he catches a lot of passes. He's a really good receiver. And he's quick, and he's stout and thick with like 45 C's. Like it's like trying to tackle a fire hydrant. But
I've never heard that analogy before, but
Well, what do you think would happen if you tried to tackle a fire hydrant?
I would hurt
go
myself.
too well.
No, I'd be in pain, and that fire hydrant wouldn't move.
Mm-hmm. So there are our 32 first-round picks as they come up on the screen. We got Joe Burrow, quarterback LSU, number 1 overall, followed by Chase Young, the edge rusher from Ohio State. After him was Jeff Okudah, the cornerback from The Ohio State University, and then Andrew Thomas, the offensive tackle from Evan's most hated team, the University of Georgia. 5th was Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback for Alabama. 6, Justin Herbert, quarterback for Oregon. 7, Derek Brown, defensive tackle, Auburn. 8, Isaiah Simmons, outside linebacker from Clemson. Number 9, C.J. Henderson, cornerback from Florida. And number 10, Jedrick Wills Jr., the offensive tackle from Alabama. Moving into the next 10, we've got number 11, Mekhi Becton, offensive tackle, Louisville. Number 12, Henry Diggs III, wide receiver, Alabama. 13, Tristan Wirfs, offensive tackle for Iowa. 14 was Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle from South Carolina. 15, Jerry Jeudy, the wide receiver from Alabama. The second Bama wide receiver taken off the board today. First time that 2 wide receiver teammates have been taken in the first round of the NFL draft since 2007. Number 16, A.J. Terrell, cornerback from Clemson. 17, C.D. Lamb, wide receiver from Oklahoma. 18, Austin Jackson, offensive tackle, USC. 19, Damon Arnett, cornerback, The Ohio State University. And then 20, Clavon Chason, outside linebacker from LSU. And then our final 12 picks of the night. We had Jalen Reagor, wide receiver from TCU. Justin Jefferson, wide receiver from LSU. Kenneth Murray, inside linebacker, Oklahoma. Sorry, Evan. I know you wanted him for the Ravens.
He's going to be good.
Number 24, Cesar Ruiz, center from Michigan. I think that was actually our only interior lineman. All the other offensive linemen taken were tackles.
I didn't see any other interior linemen mocked in the first.
Yeah, I didn't see any guards taken. But honestly, I don't know that any guards had much higher than an early 3rd round grade. I could see somebody going late 2nd round, but probably not earlier than that.
Yeah, Cesar Ruiz was the only one that I had.
Was Cesar? Oh yeah.
He was the only one that I had going in the first round.
Yeah. Number 25 was Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver from Arizona State. 26, surprise, Jordan Love, quarterback from Utah State, going to the Green Bay Packers, who still have Aaron Rodgers on a 3-year contract. Number 27, Jordan Brooks, inside linebacker, Texas Tech. 28 was Patrick Queen, the inside linebacker from LSU. 29, Isaiah Wilson, offensive tackle from the lowercase UGA. Number 30, can you help me again with his pronunciation, Evan? Noah?
I don't remember how to spell it. I can't read it.
Imbenegin?
Something like that.
Something
Move
like
on.
that. I'm sorry, I'm butchering it. I'm sure. But
I'm
cornerback
sure
from
too,
Auburn,
actually.
31, Jeff Gladney, cornerback from TCU, and number 32 overall, our one running back from the first round, Clyde Edwards-Helaire from LSU. I feel like it was not that long ago that we had a running back go 32nd overall and be the only running back in the first round. I'm just not remembering specifically who and when that was.
I thought Sony Michel did that 2 years ago, but he went 31st.
Yeah, that did happen.
Noah Igbenogany.
Igbenogany.
Noah
Noah Igbenogany.
So Evan, did we get a bingo?
Let's see. So we got more defense. Did we get more defense than offense?
No.
No.
We
We
didn't
got
even get
15
as many defense as offense.
No. We got 15 SEC guys. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly 15.
Nice. So, unless, let's see, there's stuff that can't happen. So a team other than the Lions picks third. The draft gets paused. The Seahawks trade the 27th pick. So Ravens back out of the first round. The team accidentally drafts some or broadcasts something they shouldn't. That can't happen. Other than Roger Goodell announces the pick, that can't happen, and more defensive players. So I don't think a bingo is possible, unfortunately.
You said something they shouldn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, but didn't we have that?
We sort of got that
so.
with the Packers.
And the Frozone suit guy. I thought we counted.
Wait.
You counted Frozone suit
I thought
guy?
this was a player that shouldn't have been picked. What happened?
No, a team accidentally broadcast something they shouldn't.
Oh.
So, they didn't realize the camera was still on, or they accidentally had their whole board.
Like maybe they were just dressed up as Frozone.
I feel like that costume was so offensive that it should just count.
Offensive.
Okay.
Yeah, it was ridiculous. It was stupid.
It wasn't offensive, but it was certainly crazy.
I don't
Offensive
think
to
I
me.
saw it live, so I can't comment.
It was a
on
chubby
that.
guy in a Frozone outfit. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he did look ridiculous.
He looked ridiculous. That was stupid.
Okay. Let's see. Because I want to cross off another one, I'm going to say San Diego Chargers.
There you go. Just cheat. Yeah.
So we still can't get a bingo here.
Cory,
that's
quick,
a
spill
bummer,
your
but,
drink.
Hey, this was a lot of fun. This was a great idea, Evan. I'm glad that we were able to make this work.
I would like to thank all the people who watched our live draft show instead of the tens of thousands of other ones that I heard about. Like every podcast, I listen to way too many podcasts, and just about all of them were like, we're going to be live during the first round of the NFL draft, so be sure to check us out then. Like, oh.
Well, yeah, we definitely do want to thank everybody who joined us tonight. I had a blast doing this. I think I can speak for Eric and Evan and say that they also had a blast doing this.
Absolutely.
And we appreciate all of your support. You can support us more by liking our Facebook page so that you know when we post new episodes of our podcast, whether we're going live or pre-recorded. You can follow us on Twitter at Sportsballers18, at Cory Puffett, at Eric, or I did it again, at Quagmire6791, and at Evan_Ash13.
Could we do the Brady Bunch looking thing? I don't know how the boxes are arranged, but I think I'm in the upper right.
You are in the upper right, yes.
So Eric is
below you,
right
yep.
below me.
Yep.
Okay, and you're to the left.
Well, technically you have to point to the other side in order to actually point to me because it's reversed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's mirrored.
So my other left, this way.
And it's down. It's over and down.
Okay. All right. So, great show, everybody down there.
Great
be
show
sure
to
to
you
check
too,
out
Evan.
be sure to check out the Sportsballers podcast right there. All of that. Here's our bingo card. We did not win. So I will, we missed it by one in several places.
We'll have to try and get a scan or clear picture of that, and put it up on our Twitter account later.
I can do that right now.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that's about gonna do it for us today. Any final words for you guys? I definitely want to give a shout out to my parents for tuning in. My dad was very helpful, letting me know when audio was going out on other slides. That was something I overlooked in the preparation, but that was a huge help. I was able to get those fixed right away, and once we got through that, I think this was a pretty smooth show.
Yeah. Shout out to all the people who reached out to me. I do not have a Fu Manchu. Let's see. What else? I did not say OH when Chase Young got drafted. My sister requested that.
Oh, you should have done that. Come on, it's a family request. You could do that.
I'm not an Ohio State fan, though.
Sister's an Ohio State alumnus.
Okay. Yeah, that's not my thing necessarily.
Okay, so I guess shout out to, like I said, everybody that tuned in, that stuck with us for any length of time, really. And of course,
made the whole 4.5 hours.
If anybody made it the entire length from when we went live to now, tweet at us or let us know, and we'll give you some props for being heroes, because that's pretty impressive.
We'll give you a follow back on Twitter if you stuck around for the whole thing.
We don't have the budget for that.
And shout out again to Cory for putting this together. I know that there was a lot of stress involved, a lot of effort as well, especially 40 minutes before you're supposed to start, and it seemed like everything had gone awry. But you got to fix this, and you did an awesome job producing the whole time. And I'm sure I didn't really get a chance to watch the live stream, but I'm sure it was great. And especially after the hiccups we had a couple weeks ago, a lot of people just said, screw it, we're done. We're not doing this anymore because it's not worth it. But you're like, yeah, let's find a better way. And we made it. I think it came off really well. So, again, shout out to you. Shout out to Evan for the bingo card. And I don't know, I helped.
I mean, you were the one who went through and really researched everything more than either of us did.
I figured I had to do something to stand out on the show, because I was the only one that was just kind of like, yeah, here,
No, I mean, it helped though, because A, I'm busy doing the producing thing, and B, even if I wasn't, I wouldn't have much more than a few occasional comments about what I'm seeing on TV and the few players that I do know about. So that definitely helps make our podcast a little bit better. Evan, this is your week to host, so why don't you take us out?
Well, I mean, I don't have. There's other stuff on our list of stuff to talk about, but I think. Oh, let me shout out to Todd McShay, ESPN NFL draft guy, college football sideline reporter, among a whole bunch of other stuff. I'm sure he does. He has come down with the coronavirus, and he is recovering at his house. So he was not on TV tonight. But he works harder than anybody doing the draft coverage and type of stuff. And unfortunately, we missed out on that in his sort of bickering back and forth with Mel Kiper Jr. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
They get heated sometimes.
Definitely get well soon, Todd McShay.
Yeah. I heard a story about how Mel and Todd were doing a SportsCenter segment, and the SportsCenter anchor got one of those sort of random coughing fits, like you sort of swallow wrong and you can't breathe and you just start coughing and coughing. But so he had to get his mic cut and get off the set and stuff. But Mel and Todd started going back and forth, and for 10 minutes straight, while this guy was having a coughing fit, he was able to get some water and get himself back together. And then he made it back on the set. Mel and Todd were still arguing, and it was like nothing even happened.
Before we sign off, Evan, would it help us get bingo if I knock over my cup?
No, because we'd still be one short. We still have to get the draft paused. And the draft is over.
I figured as long as you cheated and said San Diego Chargers, I may as well help too.
Well, sorry, I'm not going to cheat for my specific one, because for one thing, I don't want to make Cory have to work any harder than he has to, and for another thing, we are on live, so it wouldn't really help.
We're on live, so and that wouldn't help us either, because we'd still need someone other than the Lions to pick third, and that was 4 hours ago.
Well, that's good to know because now I'm really glad I didn't do it. Because if I had done it for not even to get bingo, I would have just been really upset.
Yeah, now I'm mad that I did mine because I scratched my bottle up a little bit.
Oh, you actually did it?
Yeah.
I'm marking that.
Yeah,
but,
mark
it. You know,
mark it before you put it on Twitter.
Yeah.
All right, well.
Yeah, so I guess that'll do it. You know, I'm sure you know our Twitters and emails and stuff by now, but go through them one more time. The sportsballers@gmail.com. Follow us on Twitter @sportsballers18. Follow @Cory Puffett, @Quagmire6791, and @Evan_Ash13. Like our Facebook page. If you've made it 4.5 hours in this podcast, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Just do yourself a favor. You know you want to. You know, if you have any, any feedback for us, if you think we're great, if you think we suck, if you think we're somewhere in between there,
we
sure to let us know that, because we would love to hear from you. So, congratulations to all the picks in the NFL draft. It's time for bed. So, for Eric and for Cory, I'm Evan. This has been the Sportsballers podcast. Enjoy the NFL draft tonight, and we will talk to you next week. See you.